Hello. Welcome to another live stream. How's it going? Gonna be doing some more blocking today of the shot that I was working on. Last live stream did pretty well. Some nice, sweet views. So thank you all for checking that out. Welcome to anyone who watched the last live stream and is now checking this out because of that. Much appreciated. And welcome to anyone who didn't watch the last one and just has watched the channel at some point and is now here. Welcome to everyone. So, have I done everything I need to do? I feel like I need a little checklist. I've got like 50 things to set up before I start streaming. It's maybe too much. It's maybe too much pressure. But I'm enjoying it. It's fun. So, today we are... Does this work? Hey, it's working. Nice. Cool. So, today we're doing... Helpful to have white pencil. Come on now. Hello. Can't even use paint. That's how good I am. Oh my goodness me. What is happening? Ah! Okay, fun. Very fun. What is happening? I can't even use paint. It's a great start already. Welcome to the stream, everyone, where everything goes right. Because the selection is weird or something? No? Great. Okay. That's what I wanted for sure. Maybe just end the stream there. Oh my god. All right, we're working. We're working. We got it. We got it. Hello, everyone. Today we are blocking. Again. So, last time on Owenferny, we did a little blocking of... Just open this project with keys. We did a little blocking of keyframe sync of this reference that I shot, and we did a few poses focusing on the down keys for the blocking, for the body mechanics blocking. So quite simply, today we are going to focus on the up poses. Now we can draw from down poses. We can draw from the down poses in order to get these up poses, which is why we, instead of going down, up, down, up, down, up, we purely focused on the down poses. Because we can essentially use Tween Machine now to say we go, for example, 50% in between. That might get us 20% of the way to this pose. 20% less work we have to do, which obviously is great. Less work is good in animation. No need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. And in some cases, it might even be 80% of the way there. You know, we do a 50% Tween Machine. I'm throwing a lot of percentages out there, could be confusing. But if we do a Tween Machine, that's the Tween Machine, it might get us 80% of the way there. So it's much more important to focus first on just one part of it. It could be the downs, it could be the ups. I like to focus on the downs just because you get some contacts in there. With the ups, you're not necessarily having contacts all the time, and there might be a lot of things in there that aren't rooted in terms of the feet. I'm kind of making this up on the spot. For me, it feels like downs should be better. But on a lot of down poses, you might, for example, have a little guy and he is doing a walk or a jump. And so you have a pose which has both feet planted on the ground. And then your next pose, you might have another one where he's a bit more down or something, but he's still got both feet planted on the ground. You tend to find when it's a down pose, both feet are planted on the ground a bit more often. So to me, that just makes more sense if I'm then doing an up pose in between. It makes more sense to essentially drive the position of these feet and the legs from the information in the down poses, rather than starting with this pose and trying to then drive the information that is in these down poses with these poses. If that makes any sense, hopefully it makes sense. But you'll see when I start using Tween Machine that it won't take nearly as long to do these up poses as it did the down poses. Definitely spent a long time doing the down poses last session. I mean, how many poses have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3. Wait, is that a down pose? No, that's an up pose. Okay, I did one up pose. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just a mistake. We did 6 poses essentially last week. I'm hoping we can do a lot more than that using the information that we've already got, but we'll see. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, chat. Big Chess in the chat. Big Peter. Big Matthias. Big Connor. I'm assuming you're all big. All right, let's get to it, shall we? So I'm going to focus on the ups. Now this is a pretty fun pose that we need to hit. But before we do that, I wanted to go to the Apollo and Artemis Discord channel. So here you can find updates for the new Minerva rig, which is the one that I'm using. This is the new rig from Ramon, which is pretty cool. So the body I'm using right now is purely the body rig, and Ramon has just released some behind the scenes first look at the facial rig, and it's looking pretty cool, if you ask me. So just to kind of show where this rig is going, what it will eventually end up being, this is certainly a work in progress rig. There's a lot of skinning issues, a lot of blend shapes that need to happen. But certainly exciting to see what it will eventually be. Just reply to Chester. So let's get on with it. Stop blabbering. I'm going to come in and do what I just said. I'm going to hit Tween Machine. 50%. I'm not expecting it to do a ton of work here for me, but if it gives me something in between my two poses, then that's hopefully helpful. So obviously we start with the hips. Doesn't actually seem to be moving a whole ton in screen space. And just like last time, I'm going to be taking special care to really pay attention to these angles. If you want to do drawings to help get those, it can certainly be helpful. And this guy looks like he's little cross for the face. So I find it can be helpful to draw over the reference sometimes, just to kind of make sure that your eye isn't going to play tricks on you and that you've kind of had a little study of it before. It's almost like sketching something down in order to learn it. Like if you're trying to learn anatomy or you're trying to learn about different types of animals, or whatever, and you take a sketchbook with you to the zoo or you do a life drawing class or something, you're kind of almost you're like studying by doing sketching. You think that you're just like doing drawing, but you're actually like giving yourself a lot of information when you're drawing things like anatomy, which obviously is a very obvious thing to say, but the same goes for animation. You know, I do a quick pass, I'm like, okay, I need to make sure I have a slight curve in here. These legs are pretty parallel with each other, and this arm is really quite high up, rather than just kind of going in and then doing it exactly as it is in the reference, which to be honest is fine to do, but rather than just doing that, going in and doing a little sketch over the top, especially if your character is a bit different to the character that you're using. Like if you've got a really cartoony character and they've just got like a body like that, for example, and you might want to come in and almost like translate how that would look onto your character. Like it's very simple to just kind of do that, and then that might be something like this. It's quite simple to just come in and do a quick sketch rather than messing about in 3D. So sometimes I'll do that, but not always. Oh no, it's going to take forever to roll out. Ignore him. Ignore this little guy. I know what's missing from my stream, from my checklist of things I had to do. I haven't got my music on. Let me sort that out. I like to go with... I use it every single stream, the same one. What's it called? Cringe. Go to one of my videos. Bear with me. Very entertaining video. The relaxed movement. I didn't even need to. Just as you get to the video to find the information, you remember it in your head. Always the way. 1 sec. Let me put on some relaxed movement. Very nice royalty-free YouTube channel. Could finish the entire animation today. We'll see. Might have to stream for about 20 hours to do it, but you know. Some call me dedicated. Who knows? Might get another 2 poses done and then quit, but who knows? Could be anything. Could go either way. All right, let me know if this is a bit too loud for you guys, but should give just a little bit more ambiance, a little bit more of a chilled vibe, you know? Some people even like to block the legs in FK, which, to be honest, I'm kind of tempted to do, even when they're touching the floor, just to make sure that my angles are kind of maintained. Because if I then go in and tweak this, it obviously changes the angles of these legs, which it would be helpful to not happen, to have not happen. So it's not a massive jump. It's very small. Just flick between, see the contrast between your poses. These barely come off the floor. Gonna unhide my ground plane. $20-hour stream is definitely unconfirmed, but you never know. I mean, I do know it's definitely not going to happen. I'm way too old for this. I was honestly fried after my 3-hour session last week. It's pretty intense. Intense work, this whole streaming thing. For sure. Right. Angles are feeling pretty alright there. This foot just needs to not move too much. The angle is kind of killing me here with the thigh. So what's going on from this angle? Again, I like to have two panes side by side. One of them perspective and one of them camera. I'm useful just to flick between them with spacebar. Really nice. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Okay, we need to get a bit more over. This leg shouldn't come out so much. Kind of follow that path. And I'm being pedantic with this in 3D space because these poses feed a lot into what happens with the rest of the animation. So I might as well spend more time in 3D here and make sure everything is working pretty much perfectly before going ahead and investing time in doing my breakdowns, only to find that there's something which really like holds up the entire, or stops me from making progress on the entire animation because something is just like massively wrong, say over there in 3D space. It might look fine from this angle, kind of does, but then it might give you a bigger issue down the line. And I'm not usually that fussed about 3D and making things work in 3D. I do like the 2D animation approach, for sure. But I want it to work and be as good as I possibly can make it. Just kind of looking at this line of the head and just seeing how that's moving can kind of inform quite a lot in the animation. Oh, diamond in animation, very good. I know some of these references. Once played video games back in the day. But not very much. Definitely not as much of a gamer as some of the people in chat. Simbo in chat, how you doing? Yeah, half the time is getting coffee and chatting. So if you're just sitting in front of a computer talking as well, I mean, talking is... How do people just do talking as a job? What a job. When you're so used to just sitting there, being a little hermit in your cave. Lovely, safe haven of work from home life. Hey, what's up, random fluffy pup? I'm gonna turn down my music slightly because it's even too loud on me. It's very slight, but hopefully I'll concentrate a bit more. What do you guys think about unplugging in animation? You know, that Richard Williams thing that he said Milk Cole told him to do, so he just said, yes sir, and did it. I don't know. This does not feel like it's out to the side as much as this in my reference. I bet a lot of you guys are animating as well. Random Fluffy Pup saying he's animating. So That kind of tells me what you think of unplugging, not listening to music, not watching streams. I feel like when Milk Cole said that, he didn't have owenferny streams. So maybe different time. Killer. Make sure that I've got a nice arc here with this. Alright, let's go into the fingers. I do love this control that we have. Very easy to just quickly get a pose in there. Fingers, like the face, are one thing where I do tend to just go a little bit away from the reference. Just because fingers. Fingers hard. But you just kind of want some nice clean shapes, and reference isn't always the cleanest of shapes with fingers. It'd be nice to have that down as opposed to feeling so stretched. Let's see what we can get. Zero those out. I kind of feel like I want more of it in the fingers than in the hand there, so maybe something like this instead. Yeah. Ugh. Definitely interested in seeing how you go from realistic poses that follow the reference closely into more push poses later in your workflow. You assume I'm going to do that, but we'll see. I kind of want this to be similar in realism to something like the Fortnite emotes and animation. I think Fortnite does a great job. They have a ton of time to animate. They set a very high bar for animation. And I feel like I don't want to push too far away from the reference unless there's a specific reason for it. So I'm not going to do it for the sake of just because I should push further. But I mean, I'm already kind of seeing a moment here where I might want to do that. So this silhouette is not super clear on the back arm. But for now, I am just going to follow the reference as much as I can because I don't know how that's going to affect other poses. If I already start adjusting this to be bigger, then actually that affects it in ways which might not be 100% clear straight away. So while it's not the most delicious pose, I do kind of want to guess what that arm's doing, and I'm guessing I'm doing a similar thing to that rear arm. But I guess in answer to Chester's question, I do like to rough in my stuff, and even if it takes me a long time and I'm not roughing in a sense of like quickly smashing out loads of poses, I'm kind of getting as much information and almost studying as much as I can of this reference here before then going in and tweaking things to become better. But that's not necessarily something I'll even do in my blocking before I start breaking things down. I'll probably stay like this until, I don't really know, to be honest. I think every shot is different and every shot has different needs. It's kind of difficult to generalize about when the right time is to break away from the reference. Because if you're animating something more realistic, then it's, you should not break away from the reference very much. Otherwise you're gonna have issues, you're gonna have, it might seem easy. For example, if you took a dance and you wanted to make that dance loop, and you just cut the dance where you feel like works, and then cut the start of the dance where you feel like works. If you come to match that up and you don't have reference, and the whole thing is feeling like it's going towards more of a realistic thing, like if you get paint out again, paint's good. Big tangent to go on straight away, but good. So if you're doing like let's say the Luddy, for example, it's got his hand here, and we're doing these, I don't know how to draw the Luddy, but we're doing the Luddy. And you kind of have a certain amount of time, say you want it to be a 10-second emote or a dance or something just to post to Twitter, something to put into Lethal Company as an emote. You've been hired by a dev team to say, oh, this is going to be a really fun little expansion that we do. If you then kind of cut at the end and it's like here, and he's on his way up, and these feet are maybe in the final position, and like, how do you bridge that, say, 5-frame gap to fit it into 10 seconds? Like, you kind of just can't. So you can't just cut anywhere. You can't just cut because you're like, okay, it needs to be exactly 10 seconds. Like, you kind of, the bridging from this pose, number 1, to number 2, it seems like, oh, you can just go, oh, okay, just hit interpolate, hit spline on Maya, and it will just kind of give you roughly what you want, and then you just go in and clean it up. But it doesn't really work that way. Like, you will feel where it cuts and where you stopped using reference. Like, you just will feel it. If you're doing something like really polished, you've worked really hard on all of it, and there's a bit where you just don't have reference, 100%, unless you have many years of animation experience doing that exact thing, you're gonna feel where you stopped using reference. So, massive tangent, not really relevant, but something to think about. But then your animation might not be realistic. You might not want to go for that sort of style. So I'm not saying you have to do that for everything. Milk Cole definitely would have had the stream on, 100%. This program is Keyframe Pro, right here. It's very handy, and it syncs up with Maya, which is super useful. Yeah, see you, Chester. Thanks, man. What's up, Crisper? How you doing? There is a plugin that you can download when you have Keyframe Pro. It's like a separate, I think it's just a script, but you can put it into Maya. I think it's on the Zerberg website, wherever you get your Keyframe Pro from. And you can just run that. I have a little thing on my shelf here. It's just this. I just press this button, it brings up this, and you just sync it to keyframe your Maya scene. Keyframe Maya scene. Alright, where are we? Not in love with what's going on with this arm, but just keep that in the kind of internal back pocket for later when I come to adjust things. Don't want to do it now. I want to use the reference if possible. Okay, trying to use the OBS screen above to tweak things. Always a good idea. It's nice to do some grouping in the hand. If you just have it like that, it's kind of a bit basic. Not very nice. Nice to kind of group those middle two together. Have that outside one. Okay, so. Alright, let's just check these angles of the legs, because I know I tweaked that and didn't go back to it. They are certainly wrong. I think what's interesting about the whole when do you go away from the reference thing as well is I don't know. I don't know in this animation yet where I'm going to want to deviate from the reference. I'm kind of learning about the animation as I'm going ahead and doing it. I've done some sketches over the top. I've probably got an idea here that I want to get that arm at the back in silhouette, but I'm going to try first to keep it to the reference if possible, and then do things like that a little bit later on. So it's not kind of like an overall, oh yeah, I'm just going to completely change this. As I go, I'll make decisions. You can 100% tell this is way off from this kind of where the impression of the shoulder is there. So I'm going to make sure that I'm kind of seeing that. But then if I go in 3D and I'm like, this just doesn't make sense, then I'll change it. But it kind of makes sense to me right now. So far, but there's still plenty of time. I think what makes it slightly difficult as well is the difference in size between me and Minerva. But we'll use the angles to get what we can. Be as informed as possible. Definitely tricky when you don't have the reference, but you just kind of need to keep going back to those angles. And you need to also go back to negative space between things, kind of looking at the negative space between here and my leg, which kind of tells me that the hand shouldn't be all the way up here. But then I need to make sure that my angles are working. Boom. Sorry if I don't look at chat for a while and you think I'm just ignoring you. I'm not. I'm just animating. You know what might help with this arm? Seeing what it's doing in the previous and next frames. So it's kind of hitting a little bit of a wall on the elbow there, and then just coming back, and we end up with this arm behind. See, if I just go ahead and do this pose out here, which obviously will feel more appealing, then we're going to miss out on the next keyframe that we put in, which will be one where she's back here, you see? So it's kind of like this is a keyframe in terms of the hips. It's not necessarily like a keyframe where these hands, like I have to absolutely hit this pose. But unfortunately, we're going with the hips. So we'll try and hit it on as correct of a frame as possible with the arms. If that makes any sense at all. Okay, so these shoulders definitely come back. Once we get this pose, I feel like things will fall into place a little more. Sometimes you just have to work quite hard for a pose. It can be frustrating. Just gotta stick with it. Use what you can get. I feel pressure right now because, you know, I'm streaming. I want to make sure that people don't think I'm a bad animator. I want people to, or at least this is what I would be thinking if I cared that much. But, you know, I don't want people to come in and go, wait, this guy's just kind of moving stuff around and kind of hoping that he gets there. It's mostly because I don't have that back arm in this reference. It's just hidden by my body. I just have to work it out. Like, I'm playing with things, trying to use different parts of the reference. I've just scrubbed through to kind of see what we've got. It's not always like plain sailing. It's not just going in and going, right, yep, pose done. I feel like that would make for a boring stream anyway. Just everything going right, everything being perfect from the off. This is it. This is real animation. It takes time. It takes experimentation. Takes trying a few different things sometimes, especially when you don't have the reference there, but you still want it to be correct. Alright, what have we got in the chat? Michael Ming, how's it going? Part 2, exactly. Part 2 of the stream. Will this maneuver get facial features and controls? Well, let me show you something. This is the Artemis and Apollo Discord. And this is where Ramon is posting updates to the rig. This is going to be the face, which I'm sure is very exciting. I was super excited when I saw this. I think it looks amazing. Ramon is a true artist. So check that out. Join the Apollo and Artemis Discord. And go ahead and join the owenferny Discord while you're there. Been a little bit more active this week, or the Discord has, after the stream, so that's fun. Do you do game animation? I don't do game animation. I'm currently working on a feature film. But I have done some animation for Fortnite in the past, which is where I learned a lot of this stuff that I'm trying to pass on and teach. It was a real eye-opener for me, having worked in TV animation and various things. To work on something very high-end and very like reference specific. I think what I actually want to get is like a bit of a reversal here. Yeah, it's feeling out. And whatever that then needs to be. Alright. I am as happy as I'm going to be with that arm for now. Am I? Work that out. Let's get just a little more flow in there. It's very high up. I think what it could be as well is just having this angle a bit more this way. This a bit more this way. I'm leading back with that arm. Gonna play through, see what's happening. Definitely feels like it's getting right behind there. Do that, we'll go with it. Be here. Okay. Oh, we got Dylan Duffy in chat. Very talented TD at Jellyfish. He's the man. Yeah, people who don't mess around and make mistakes never learn. That's exactly right. I've been animating for a while now, and I don't know, I feel like it's like part of the animation process. It's not like, oh yeah, you just do this and then it's done. Sure, people who are very experienced make it seem like, oh, they just have it all up there and there's no discovery. It'd be pretty boring if every shot was super easy and you had nothing to learn from a shot, nothing to discover, nothing, you know, to build as a creative, as a practitioner, as a trade, you know. Push yourself. Do something difficult. Makes you better. Usually, sometimes. In animation. Alright, I'm going to stop picking away at this pose. Might not be perfect. That's fine. We can come back to stuff. Hello from Turkey. Hi, Turkey. Left time. What's up? Hi, Thailand. Very cool. People from everywhere. Let me know where you're from, guys. That's very interesting. Someone from Thailand, someone from Turkey. I'm using Keyframe Pro to sync this to Maya, my Maya timeline. It's very handy. Do you ever practice gesture drawings or sketch traditionally at all? I should more. If I want to improve myself as an artist and an animator, then I should more. I have done in the past. Not super essential for 3D animation, but certainly beneficial if you can. I should more. Maybe it'll be fun to do a little gesture drawing stream. I think that'll be fun. Honestly, since I've been really busy with school and work, I took less and less time experimenting and doing a lot of pre-planning, and often go with my first attempt. Yeah. Hey, Algeria. Very cool. Netherlands. What's good for animators in Maya 24? There's this cool function where you can like just key translates. Oops. And if you just key rotates, it gives you this nice thing. Don't know why I just selected to do that. Right. Say I select this and I just key the translates. And it's keying everything. Brilliant. Say I just move the translate and I move the rotation. This will then, on my timeline, show me the blue, which is translation, and the yellow, which is rotation. And then you have green for scale below it, and white for visibility below that, which is pretty cool. They've also updated the timeline a lot. I feel like the timeline is where things are very different in 24. They've given it a nice facelift and just improved the functionality of it a lot. Yeah, a worthwhile upgrade, I think. Very cool. So I'm not animating on a Cintiq. I'm animating on a tablet. Wacom tablet. Oops, just hit my mic. Sorry about that. I have a Wacom Intuos, and I also have a wireless half keyboard, just so that I can have better ergonomics. And then I have a wireless full keyboard just above that, so I can still type. But I still got my mouse as well, just for looking at memes, basically. All right, let's get another pose in. Now this is a different one. I'm still going to go in, hit 50% into your machine. On everything. Why is that not winning? Okay, there's something weird going on. Delete these. Okay. That gives us 50% exactly in between everything. And I'm just gonna do something interesting here, which could be useful, but I'm going to switch everything to be in the space of these hips so that I can quickly animate things. Space, hip, oops, this, hip. This is why I like to animate with a picker. It can be difficult at times to find the controls. Grab these hands. I'm going to reset them actually. And I'm going to set them to chest space. What happened here? Oh, I was an FK, of course. Let's put it in... Doesn't really matter. I'll go for IK. feel more comfortable in IK sometimes. Well, often. It's kind of a new thing to me to try and stick to FK. Does help. But I'm comfortable just switching between. I just want to get whatever is easiest to... Whatever's easiest to get my pose that I want in 2D. My 2D animation that I want. That's what I'm going to put it in. I'm not going to worry about space switching. I worry about that stuff in spline and polish. So it will look very dirty, and I'm fine with that. So what do we have happening? His arm is kind of like in front of him. And upside. As does happen when you do a flip. Kind of handy to have like a basic knowledge of what happens when you do certain moves, like a flip. You're going to be tucking things in. Just because you don't always, like with this reference, I don't have a side angle where he's doing this, but I can kind of assume that he's doing this kind of thing with his legs, and the arms are tucked in. He's got a nice angle through here. Maybe red isn't the best color to use on this reference. Yeah, that would be better. So we've got a bit of a bent torso. I'm assuming that that leg at the back is doing something similar. These arms are coming around. And this head's actually starting to come out of that spin. What a beautiful pose. Done. Next pose. So it's not actually the most tucked that he is. He gets more tucked right there and then starts to come out of it a bit earlier. So I'll have him a little tucked in terms of this rotation. But I just want to kind of play through and see what happens in there. It's kind of funny. He just like gets stuck in mid-air for a few frames. Isn't that funny? Like chilling up there, no gravity. So with a flip, you want to make sure that you're looking at the center of mass, not tracking the arc of, say for example, well, you're tracking the arc, but you're not making sure that this goes like and does a perfect arc. It's more about the center of mass of the entire character and making sure that that does a perfect arc. Ugh. There are a few people who do live streaming animations like this. I love it. Great. Thank you, FX. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for watching. It's honestly a pretty boring thing to watch sometimes, but I'm trying to talk while I do it, which obviously makes me a lot slower. If I was just animating, I'd just be not talking at all, not smiling, definitely not smiling. Can't smile when you animate. I'm going to put these in chest space as well. I actually love having elbows in hand space. If you have an option for hand space, it's amazing. Just because then you can animate the hand. Like, you can have a hand and you can do this, and the elbow just kind of comes with it for free. So you can do a whole move like that just through animating the hand, which is just the best. So pushing for Ramon to get this, to get that on this rig. I think that would be pretty handy. It's too easy. Too easy. All right, what we got in chat? Animation review streams are very fun and insightful. Yeah, thank you. I kind of stopped doing those animation review streams just because I feel like they didn't appeal to as much of a broad audience. And I mean, it's not like my sole goal for doing the channel. I don't necessarily want to make sure I'm appealing to a massive audience and Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing something niche like character animation in 3D. It's fairly niche. And it doesn't have the broad appeal of something else. That's very unspecific, but yeah, I just feel like it was almost like niche within a niche, where it's very helpful for the people that maybe, or maybe not very helpful, but it's helpful for the people that I'm reviewing their work, giving them free feedback. It's great. But I kind of find like people come along and then they watch their feedback and then maybe they leave or don't participate in chat, and it's just like talking to the void a bit. Already on these streams, I've had way more people commenting. It's great, you know. I appreciate you guys asking the comments. Asking questions in the comments even. I appreciate that. I appreciate the let me know where you're from. It's good. It's good stuff. Keeps going on the side. A little distracting, but you know, I'm doing this for fun. I'm not getting paid to do this. It's not like I need to hit a quota. It will be done when it's done, and that's fine. So he really tucks his knees up. Like they're somewhere here. Let's assume that based on the position of the legs here, they do come together. Yep. Let's have them pretty much together and in the center of the body. Just for clarity, I'm gonna, because I don't have the information there, I'm gonna assume that these legs are gonna be pretty close together, especially since we have a female character. These hands are just starting to come off, are they? They were on the knees. No, they're just hovering slightly above the knees, so we can have them just touching those knees. Let's reset that shoulder so I'm not working into something that isn't quite right. Do the same on that side. Did I just move that? I don't know. The floor plane? Who knows? Doesn't matter. Okay, let's do something with these hands. Hands are definitely one thing where I do miss having the picker, but this rig's pretty good. Honestly, it's not that hard to select all of the hand controls at the same time. I do like that you can see through the geometry to see all the controls. It's a pretty nice feature that Ramon's come up with. Very nice. I feel like I haven't spoken that much about the rig. Done like a little intro on the face, but this is a work in progress rig from Ramon Arango, the creator of the Apollo and Artemis rigs, which I'm sure you're aware of. They are very, very, very nice rigs indeed. So if you want more info on that stuff, go ahead and join his Apollo and Artemis Discord. He's posting he's posting updates there. And there was a very exciting one the other day, which I've shown a couple of times, of the face rig coming along. Let's have a look again, shall we? It's too nice not to look at. Look at this. Oh, it looks beautiful. Glorious stuff. What we got in chat? What are some of the main mistakes you see beginners often do with posing? Oh, it's a tricky one. I think flow is a big one, And something that I remember having a eureka moment when someone pointed it out to me. The luddy. Like that. So when you say flow, it's, you know, having a pose and thinking about the line of action through the entire kind of body. So you might have an arm here, and then an arm. I mean, I've kind of already drawn good shoulders, but say you have like another shoulder here. Like the line of action is kind of a bit broken. Delete this. Say I have the chest is like that. So say we have a line of action which is kind of like that and then goes through the head like that. If I look at these arms, they just feel a little bit like they could be improved a lot. So you could perhaps think about it as, you know, the line going through the arms. Like maybe this line here is fine, but then we just need to make sure that we kind of go through and follow that all the way through so that we're connecting things in a nice way. So maybe something like this would be a bit stronger. And then you want to think about how this line then flows into the leg. You know, maybe that line is bent. I find that flow is a big thing that I'm often giving notes on when I give notes. But another thing I've started to notice a lot is, it's a very small thing, but just having hands that are just like open and just like in a pose. When someone's doing something like intense, like just anything intense really. Like if you're kind of angry over here, you've got like leaning over and being angry at this person. And then someone just has like a hand that's just open. And a thumb. It's a beautiful drawing. Guys, I'm very good at drawing, by the way. So it does like a point pose, and then this hand just has like open fingers. And I just think it's so easy to just not think about the intensity of fingers and how they relate to the pose, but just instantly coming in and drawing a fist just makes him so much more intense, you know? So I think about the fingers and act out the pose that you're doing. Like if you're doing like a, oh, I'm so angry at you, then you're not gonna have this hand out here. It's gonna feel weird, right? Like when you're doing the pose, and if you don't have all the information, say you're not following reference or you're like following your thumbnails, just like you need to then kind of embody the character that you're animating. And if there's little things where like doesn't feel as tense in some places as others, then that's the kind of thing you can feel yourself if you get into that pose and you get into the head of the character. It's not necessarily even like a basic beginner's posing thing, but all right, one more basic beginner's posing thing. I go on about it all the time. C shape in the spine. It's just everything. It's all the... There's almost never a moment where you just go from a pose like this to a pose like this and then to a pose like this. It's just almost always, if you have dynamic poses, it's going to be some form of a C shape. It's going to be a reverse C or a C shape. Maybe not as extreme as those, but there will be a bend to the spine. So as soon as I see that, I know that there's something wrong. Almost always, 99% of the time. If there's a straight spine, that is an indication that something could be wrong. From my experience, knowing what not to do is as helpful as knowing what to do. Yeah, absolutely. besides the max revenue thing, is there anything different between the indie version of Maya and the version they are offering on the main website? As far as I know, no, but I don't know. Okay, someone said no difference in the chat. Sorry. We got the IK Massive, Jim in the chat, supporting the movement. Do you always prefer using one monitor when animating, fit everything into the laptop screen? I do, yeah, because purely for the reason that I can go, and I don't do this, but I could do this. I could go, I'm going to animate on a laptop today. And I have the option of doing that. I don't rely on having two screens. In fact, I have a big screen right now. It's 34 inches. It's one of those ultra wides. I've put everything down as if it's a 1080p monitor for the purposes of live streaming this. Otherwise, it's going to be like a weird aspect ratio that doesn't work or is weird for people to watch. And it doesn't bother me. Like I can animate in half the space of this if I need to. I just need my essentials. I'm quite happy with that, you know? And I think animating in a way which is simple does hold you in good stead when you move between studios. It holds you in good stead when you move work environments. Say you come into the office to work, or say, like Dylan said, you want to work on a laptop. It holds you in good stead for that. And it might not seem simple to go ahead and use one of these keyboards, but this is pretty simple because it's just half of a keyboard. So I can very easily come in and switch to a full-size keyboard because I'm using the exact same hotkeys. There is literally no difference. When I go into the office, I don't take my small keyboard with me. I just animate using a full-size keyboard and everything is fine. If I was using something like X keys, which you guys can Google, it's like you can create your own buttons and create all your own custom layout, which I think is really cool and I kind of would love to do or try. But it is also complicating things in the fact that you then need to take your X keys with you. If I got into animating in a Cintiq, then on a Cintiq, then again, it's just a further barrier to actually getting in and animating. So complicate it where things make sense to complicate things and keep it simple where it makes sense as well. I'm going to mirror this. Look at that. Work done. Just putting these in roughly because I don't think they're even visible to camera, but it's going to be helpful later down the line. In the upside down world right now. Let's go ahead and see what this is doing. So to camera, it's not as side on as this, or it's not like bent to one side as this, bent to one side as this. Also a bit more. Let's look between our poses. Okay, so we definitely want to make sure we're going back, but maybe not so much. And it's also giving me new information going through this bit that my last pose definitely needs to be further back. Alright, so his head is there. And look at where it goes to. It's there. Where's his butt go in relation to his head? Kind of one head above, which I think is about right there. And now that I have those hands on the knees, I can kind of just tweak this, and it's much easier than coming in and trying to do FK stuff. with disgusting FK. Yucko. Nice. Feeling like we're in a pretty good spot here. These do feel like they're above. These do feel like maybe not as above as that. Yeah, maybe that's fine. I think that's pretty good. Maybe this is not quite as... Yeah, maybe that's a bit better. And therefore that can then change that, because they are feeling like maybe not quite as tucked to the body as this. So I'll just tweak it and kind of try and find a nice in-between. Just want to go through a little, see what kind of place he attaches his hands. They're actually a bit more on the shins. So let's try and hit there. Tons of things to think about in animation, really. It would be a disservice to say this is the one way to do things. This is the way I'm doing this particular shot. And I am quite a creature of habit and someone who likes to go through the process and do things a certain way. There's going to be things I do on this shot which I don't do every day at work, or I've never done before, potentially. And that's kind of the way it works in animation. It's not as simple as just going and doing exactly the same shot that you've done before. And why would you want it to be, right? That would be boring. There's a lot of learning, a lot of ways to do things, and then using all of that knowledge in a combined way to say, okay, this is probably the best way to tackle this little piece. This is the best way to do this. This is the best way to do that. It would be wrong to say, and I will say it because it will get clickbait. It will clickbait people to say this is the #1 best way to animate. Confirmed. 2024. Glen Keane. Like, there's so many ways to animate. There's so many ways I could go about completing this shot and coming out with something I'm super happy with. There's so many ways. At the end of the day, it's about the end result. And I'm just trying to teach you guys, take you through the process of getting to an end result that I'm happy with. And that hopefully you can think to yourself, oh, that one thing was pretty useful, or that one thing was fairly useful. I'm going to try that on, I'm going to put it into my exact workflow. I'm going to try that when I do something which is similar to that, or I'm going to think, that was a little bit complicated, could have just got there a bit easier and done this. Have your own opinions. That's fine. What a tangent. I'm missing this arm back here. This arm. It's not showing in my animation. Why is that? Let's have a look. Oh. Comparing the headspace between this and this. Definitely going a little too high. Maybe not. Okay. By fixing that, we then get a little bit more of that back arm. Could be the way. Maybe I just want a touch more bend in the spine. Maybe this comes around just a bit. There we go. We're starting to see it. Starting to see that hand. I'm not even going to worry about these fingers. Close enough. All right, we have a pose. I'm going to tweak this as we go, because the angles are a little different in this camera and the way I'm landing. We're a bit more 3/4 here and we're a bit more side on here. So I think a happy medium is going to be somewhere where we bridge this camera and this camera, which means that we need to be just a little more side on in this pose, which I think is nice anyway. Make sure we're working in 3D. Okay, I'm happy with that. Oh, hey Aaron, how are you? Hey, I'm from Cambodia? What? Easy. Colombia? Great. Have I ever tried... I keep hitting the mic, sorry about that. Sorry, that's incredibly annoying. Have I ever tried Cascadeur? I haven't. It looks very cool. I feel like it would be able to do this animation in like 5 minutes compared to this, but it's what it is. Drink some water if you've got water by you guys. One of the goals of this stream is going to be drink a litre of water. Do some blocking. Don't have too many things go wrong. And only paint has gone wrong so far. How can paint go wrong? The program Paint, Microsoft Paint. And drink water. So, join me in that. Ooh. What about R shapes though? What does that mean, Aaron? What does that mean? Hey, Forza Maya. Studios don't necessarily give computers, no. I'm on my own computer right now. My studio did not provide me one. We signed into basically a virtual machine, which is pretty cool. How many shots do you get per week from work? Working in the intern, I got around 2,000 frames per month. Okay, that's quite a lot. Don't dehydrate, definitely. 2,000 frames is 25 frames a second, unless it's games. We'll assume 25 frames a second. 4 seconds to 100. 10 seconds. That's like a minute 20 of animation in a month. Okay. Yeah, that seems about right for something like TV animation or series work. If you're an intern and they've given you that, then they obviously believe in you. Or they have way higher expectations for you. Hopefully it's because they believe in you. If not, hopefully you can use a pose-to-pose workflow, cheat some things, focus on shots that really inspire you and speak out to you, work hard on those, and then move on to somewhere where you can get a better quota. But 2,000 frames a month is not out of the ordinary for something like series work. Even for multiple characters, there's quite a few of us in chat. Aaron and Jim, who are very used to a minute 20, and actually a minute 20 is luxury for some places. So it kind of depends on the work that you're expected to do. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Sexan. Houdini? Houdini is not animation software, Luigi, unfortunately. It's for FX. I saw there was I think it was called Animstate. Animstate do an annual survey. The amount that Houdini has gone up in use over the last year, I think, was like far and away the most increase in use. It was in games because it's Animstate, but it's gone to something like 10%. I could be pulling figures out of thin air there, but I think it's gone from like 0.7% use in games to 10% in like a year. It's crazy how much Houdini is crushing it, but probably not in animation. Oh, it has got stuff in it, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a very cool rig. New rig by Ramon. He's definitely going for a stylized model here. Some very cool stuff. Go in and have a look. It's got like nice hard contour lines on it. Super cool stuff. Oh, okay. I'm not always using reference. Something more stylized, I chuck the reference away after my key poses. And some shots I don't even shoot reference at all. If it's very simple, if it's very stylized and I have a clear beat that I need to hit, then sometimes I don't even shoot reference. Alright, I'm obviously landing in the wrong position here. I should be landing way further back. But I'm more focused on getting the pose right rather than having it all work in 3D space right now. That's something I can change later. So I'm just going to look at this and create another up. In fact, those were like the hardest poses to do. Now we have ups within poses, which is very nice. It's going to be a lot more, like I said at the start, that's going to be something where I can just hit Tween Machine and 80% of the work is done. Very nice. Okay, what we got going on? And I forgot to do this stuff. Let's do that. Let's block this stuff in. Why not? In fact, before I do that, I'm going to do that adjustment that I said. So I want to get the frame where he's landing here. And I want to use that as where I should kind of put this pose. So let me grab this, copy it back to here. And I'm just going to grab the C control, move it. You can kind of see that the head is coming forward very slightly. But by the time he lands, and that head goes back, head's probably going to be about here. So I need to think about that. Okay, that's a bit closer. Take a look from the front. All right. Gonna just rotate that around so that I maintain a similar kind of pose that I worked quite hard to get. Okay, cool. Now I can just have this pose in exactly the right place. And then we start to go away. Cool. Do you feel like we're kind of changing trajectory a bit too much here? Kind of coming a bit sideways and then we're going back. So whether we can just change that so that we end up, oops. Just doing something a bit more side on here. And a lot more here. Because I'm stitching two references together, it's not exactly clear. Go sideways. Yeah, push it a little bit. Cool. Alright, I'm feeling happier about that now. Sorry, just needed to do some boring stuff to make the rest of it work. There's no point in me changing this just so I have to change something else again. Lots of questions about this reference program. It's Keyframe Pro. Keyframe Coach is a very different thing. Something you might want to check out though. Keyframecoach.com. If you want your work reviewed by me, you can check out my website and purchase a review. Just did one today actually. There is a new upload to the Keyframe Coach YouTube channel today. So check it out if you want. But this software is Keyframe Pro. It's very nice because it syncs with the Maya timeline, but if you don't have that, just go ahead and use image planes for your reference. Pretty much the same thing, just a little less speedy. Certainly handy to be able to like come in and zoom in and pan around a separate window. Highly recommended. Keyframe Coach. Oh, not Keyframe Coach. That is recommended too, of course, but that's not what we're talking about. Keyframe Pro recommended. For people who weren't here last stream, there's a little bug with the foot roll where it just doesn't work. So I've been just putting the foot in place. This is a work in progress rig. Ramon is chipping away at it, but it's very nice so far. When that is fixed, I will come in and adjust these, but it's important for me to put the feet in place where they should be, just because the angles are really important to getting the right feel of the animation. Ooh. Yeah, Aaron, when are you gonna upload a new video to your channel, Animating Baron? The blue, yellow, green colors are a new feature in Maya 2024. They indicate which type of key you have set, if you have translate, rotation, scale, or visibility. It's pretty handy. I obviously just have everything keyed on all of my poses right now. Oh man, back's starting to seize up a little. Ugh. Note to self, don't do deadlifts when your back is already injured. Very smart. Just noticing that this foot is just planted on the floor and not bent at all. I'm sure I didn't have it like that before, did I? Maybe I tweaked it when I was tweaking this pose to not look exactly the same. Just want a little bend in that foot. It's a fun slide that I'm doing, but it also makes it very difficult because I have to kind of animate a key pose where the foot is sliding on the floor. I guess it slides back about that much. And just slightly out to the side. It's funny, this foot just literally picks up in space. Okay. I like this foot to go behind more, and this foot to just, yeah, pretty much do what it's doing. The knees are a little broken right now. I'm just fixing things so that I know I can change the angle of the legs using this hit. So I kind of feel like these are about where they would be based on the reference. And then I go through and focus on the hips and try and get those angles working, which they're not doing right now. And why is that? So I think this would come up a little, just get just a little bit of bend in the hips. And let's get this having some contrappasto. Aaron always giving me notes for work. Too busy for YouTube. It's honestly a massive time sink. It's a lot of work to maintain a YouTube channel. I mean, I know I had 4 months off probably since my last live stream. Wait, did I? No, that's a lie. I don't remember. I had some time off. motivation comes and goes. It's not easy to stay motivated with something like YouTube. It's a lot of work. It's difficult. It's something that compounds, so can be very difficult to stay motivated when you are starting, because you end up with a live stream with maybe like 5 people, but keep going if you want. Draw some angles. Obviously not focusing on the arms right now. Aware that they are odd. Kind of cool little music track that's happening.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I don't know what that was. It's like some kind of sample of some old presidential speech. Big fan of the relaxed movement though. They do some very decent stuff. It's very unoffensive. Good for animation. Not many lyrics. Okay, this bendy isn't helping me. Where's this one? Definitely try and get your angles without having to touch the bendies, if possible. I think I'm going to have to animate this over. This leg is just a lot longer than mine. That feels about right for that angle of the legs. At least the back leg. Let's have a look at this one now. It should be fairly similar. Yeah, I think it is pretty correct. Maybe come up some more. Okay, it's very off. Tough one. There's probably something in the rotation that I'm just missing a bit. It's also not animated that much. You see that there's any of the skinning that looks a bit strange? Just because this is a very work in progress rig. Bit too bent in the spine here. Cause some issues. I feel like that's maybe actually Let's play through. Definitely opening up that hip out. Put those hips under a little. So you notice that I kind of felt like I was in a good position, and then I look at what's going on with the thighs, and I'm like, something is very off. So I think what I was thinking the hips were doing were not what the hips were doing. But that's fine. That's what the reference is for. That's an indicator that I misread something, and that is all good. I feel like this feels a bit more natural. Maybe there's not as much bend. Maybe there's a bit more bend forward. Yeah, it's feeling a bit more correct. And therefore the angles are feeling more correct as well. So, boom, boom. Just a little more progression than in what I had. But I'm fairly happy with these angles. Okay, let's move on to this one. I think we need to be coming forward more. And just through a little more so that we're a bit more centered. Have some of that weight a bit more on that knee. Get this a bit more centered over there. See what that does for us. Okay. Happy with that back leg now. Definitely need to be further over. This angle's a lot shallower. Not a lot, a little bit. But then this back angle is a lot more different. So I'm happy with the thigh. Come up there. Okay, let's move the whole thing back a little bit so that I'm more stuck in space with this foot, which I was quite happy with. Put the shoulders where I think they are. One's just coming back. Let's stay in IK. Why not? Let me put a link to that Discord in the chat. here you go. Hopefully that works. That's a link to the Apollo and Artemis Discord, where Ramon is posting updates about this rig.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery Houston, prep to ATO.
Oops.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Whew. I'm a bit in the zone right now. Just a bit. I don't want to make some good progress on this. Let's just keep going, I suppose. What happens to this back arm? Kind of comes out and then up. It's about right what it's doing now. And that elbow needs to just lead back a bit. Something like that. It's handy to kind of use these points of contrast to see that this shouldn't be going backwards, this should be going forward. But just slightly, maybe not that much. But it's also possibly because the fingers are just a bit too much. Let's bring those back a bit. Not majorly concerned with having perfect fingers. But they do play a part. They are helpful. Okay. So if I look at this from front on, should be pretty off balance. Yeah. I think a reason for that is that we're actually going over this way a bit more. Just a bit more. Not as much as that. You can kind of see that this shoulder is progressing forwards a lot more than I did have. Just want to blend that back. Okay, that's more accurate now. Just looking at this point of the knee and seeing how that compares to the animation. And to the reference, sorry. Feels like we are, yeah, just ever so slightly going back, which I think is right. So I'm pretty happy with that. It's a good indicator that things are looking right. If there's one thing that reference is useful for, it's for a bit of a sanity check. See if you've got things roughly happening in the right areas. If something is way off, like I had the arm way over here, the shoulder was way over here, I was like, what's going on there? Because my reference doesn't look like that. They have the arms a lot closer together. I think it was because the chest was doing some funky stuff, which it should not have been doing. Just a little bit forward. Have a look front on. Get that nice and centered. Actually, it's not perfectly centered, is it? It's a little bit balanced. Like the head is leaning in a bit, and there's a bit more this way. Then there's the ultimate check. Check the headspace. Headspace is looking alright. Just slightly forward, which is what we want. And then the headspace is coming just slightly forwards. Nice. Alright, we'll leave this pose here. Select everything, set a key. Oh! Contra pasta, very tasty. Oh, stretch break. Everyone stretch. Oh, that's nice. Just gonna get up and stand up as well. Do a few movements side to side. Getting old, man. Getting old. Okay. Another pose time. I start by putting this in the right place. I want to anchor these because it's fairly straightforward to get these points, right? If we go between the poses, we can just see how much they're moving in the poses. So it's a pretty good guide that we can use for the animation. In feature film, I mean, it depends on the production. The question was, is this how fast you work in production? I personally, I mean, I wouldn't take it as like, oh, this is what you need to do. This is exactly how fast you need to be. I am slow at doing poses. Posing is definitely my slowest thing. Doesn't come naturally to me. I find it difficult. It is just hard. But also there's different expectations for different productions. So someone might animate these poses twice as fast, but then I might go in and animate the breakdowns and get it finished and polished and splined faster than someone else. So not only is there differences in speed of productions, there's differences in certain people being faster at certain things, certain people preferring certain parts of the pipeline, certain people taking more care over some things than others. I think posing is the most important thing of anything. Everything else is second to posing. So I want to spend a lot of time on it, especially because it doesn't come naturally to me. I find it difficult and I want it to be as good as I can make it. So I probably work a little faster than this in posing, in production. The reason for that is because I don't know this rig. I'm not familiar with using this rig. I don't know what looks good on this rig. I animate every day using the same rigs at work. So naturally, I'm going to be faster at it. You learn what looks good, you learn what certain characters look, how certain characters can look good. You learn what kind of poses they would make, what acting choices they would make. But also on a feature film, especially the one that I'm working on right now, it's very stylized. The poses need to be a lot more care needs to be taken on the stylization of the shapes and in clarity. But also things can be a lot simpler because there's just less controls, there's less, not that there's less controls, it's just that there's less complexity to the shapes, where this character has so many different form changes and different things that can affect the silhouettes and the shapes. In a feature film, it might be more about just making one very clean shape from that goes all the way through a pose, something like doing a pose like that and just kind of having one clean shape and then some nice simple poses. Whereas on a character that's a less simple than that, that's more complex, you have more things to worry about. You have to worry about different shape things. So to answer your question, is this how fast I work in production? No, I'm not used to the rig. If I was used to this rig, I would be a lot faster. I would make choices a lot faster. But then it kind of depends on the shot as well. If you have a shot which is very important and also something that hasn't necessarily been done before in the production, you have to do some discovery and you have to spend some time working things out on that. You have to go back and forth between directors and leads and figure it out rather than just going along, animating, okay, that's done, next shot. Press the animate button, done. Must not sing along to the songs. It's literally the most annoying thing ever that a streamer could do. I'm not a streamer, I'm an animator. Oh. Okay. Things are definitely moving quicker now. I feel like this pose is not going to take super long. And I reckon we might even be able to start some breakdowns today. Oops. Okay, let's see what's going on with the chest. Feel fairly happy with what's going on with the hips. I think that's in a good spot. Chest, we are definitely opening up, which we're doing. How much? I think this is actually going kind of hitting just above where the previous, I sort of look at shapes on the body like this and see what their contrast is. I feel like that's more or less doing the right thing. They're definitely coming forward a lot more than in the reference. Grab everything. The knee is coming forward just slightly. A little more angle to it. Oops. Okay. Grab everything. It's definitely moving too much. If I'm looking at the hip moving forward. Too much. The issue as well is this. Need to be see, even things like that make me slower. I need to select everything individually to then move a bunch of things at the same time. If I was in a production, I would just have a button that selects all of those. So it's just doing 5 clicks instead of 1. Small things like that really make a difference to speed and efficiency, and they're definitely something that if I'm working on something for over a year or up to a year, I'm going to be putting in time to make sure that those processes are not taking forever. Like, I'm not going to be animating a character like this and never making buttons, never making a picker. But I'm doing it now because there's no time constraints. Just having fun, animating away. It's all good. Learning about the rig. And trying something new as well. I'm so used to animating with a picker. Why not mix it up? Animate with the controls for once. It's good. It's good to try different things, you know. Try this workflow for your animation. Even if you think, oh, I've got a way better way of animating than this guy. Give it a try. You might take a thing or two away from it. I hope so, anyway. Oh, this is just a waste of time. I want to get a cool shot out of this. I want to get a cool tweet out of this. Put a tweet out. Animated a shot. Feels good. Bit of practice. Angles are pretty good. Just something off about it. Should be lower or something. Doesn't help that her limbs are a lot longer than mine. Is what it is. Short limb problems. Okay, now I can get what I wanted to get when I first noticed that this was an issue, so I started moving the body around a lot. which is this hand being further back than this hand. Just slightly. Probably about that much. Get a little bit of this in there. Let's get that elbow kind of leading that around. Nice. Maybe not so much. Kind of looking at this angle, it's telling me some things. Is it though? What is it telling me? I think that's what it's telling me. In 105, the spine looks concave to me in your reference. Do you get that feeling too? I do. But I kind of look at the angle of this back. So this gives it the feeling of concave. But the angle of this probably pushed a little bit too much. And then I could just push that down. Worth tweaking. Okay. And we got one final down. Let's try just mirroring these. Whoa, gross. Okay, maybe not. Let's just put it there. Stop being lazy. Oh, you see how this knee moves with the foot? So nice to have that on the hand control as well when you're doing IK, especially if you're animating quick. Very useful. I want to go back and tweak that one. I think that was a good note. Oh, why have I switched to IK? Okay, let's have a look what happens as I run off screen, hopefully. Spine does come up into a reverse C shape. And we are coming forward quite a decent amount. Yeah, no, I appreciate the note, Whale. It's a good point. C shape, very important. Just making sure that her feet are like within her silhouette, not like doing anything crazy like having this foot out here. And that also the weight is over this foot as we've planted. I want to get these a bit central. Getting lazy with the fingers, but I shouldn't be. Let's have a little go at them. I'll do. And we have to kind of guess what this arm in front is doing. Probably just got to its final point here where it's forwards. And then is now coming back just slightly. Let's look at this angle. Not good. Been behind, now it's going forwards. This one was been in front and now it's coming back. Okay. Nice. I don't necessarily keep the hands in IK for something like this. I just switched into IK and then stayed in IK. But at the start, I have FK, as you can see. I feel like I just go to whatever I think can get the shape easier. Or if something's already left in IK, then I feel like it's useful to be comfortable using both. Generally, I do like to use IK, but obviously for something like this, FK is very useful, especially when it comes to spline. And you're just kind of taking a little bit of work out of the back end by not switching to between the two too much. But in saying that, I am switching between the two. So whatever is most useful for getting the pose, I think is probably the correct answer. Because it's just 2D animation at the end of the day. Just 2D animators. Just going through and having a look at everything before we continue too much. Coming forward a bit there. I would like to reframe to get this part more in the center, so I'm actually going to do that. And when I change my camera, I do like to set a key usually, and then flick between it and what I have as a new version, essentially. It'd be cool if this was the moment, you know? But then that's the issue. Uh-oh. So, we have to then find a nice in-between where this works nicely. We've got just a bit more headspace. Okay. I like that little edge I'm getting on the horizon line, so I'm just going to do that. Not a massive fan of this camera tweak. Don't like this framing, for example. I think it's probably going to have to be a camera move situation. So maybe I stick with this. But let's have a look. Just get so small here. What's happening? I feel like this just wants to be a bit more to camera. A bit more coming from away from camera, I mean. Let me try that. Let's do that. Okay, what's that doing for me? Except messing everything up. Yeah, I think that's working a bit nicer. It's coming in at a bit more of a 3/4. I love working nice and messy like this. Just nice. Not worrying about any technical stuff. As long as you can space switch things in the end, none of this is an issue doing this. Don't be afraid to just move stuff if it needs to move. Okay, I'm much happier with that now. And maybe even that gives us a little room to reframe. I'm thinking what might be nice is... Let's block in a camera now, actually. Why not? We'll make it this a camera thing too. What might be nice is if we were closer. And you know what? Let's make it a bit more dynamic as well. No, we're not. We're going to make it 35. I'll leave it at 35. Okay, so if we're a bit closer, scale this up. You can see. A bit closer and up, or lower even. So we're like right down here. We're kind of crane up. And then when we get to over here, we can then frame down and more central. And make sure I'm not animating the Z of the camera just yet. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be a camera move. She's still so close in here. Okay, I think that might give me the space I want. Try something like this. As she comes in, we have a slight camera move. So we can keep her more central when she comes in. She gets to here. Move that camera over. And down. And we do the jump. Oh. we're doing something similar. Let's blend into, oops. Let's find this pose, shall we? Yeah, it should probably be quite central. Find a nice framing for this one. Just gonna blend to the next pose. Just keep them central. Just maintain that horizon line ever so slightly. So we got kind of linear. Let's have a look. The camera should look like. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep this pose. I like to do this a lot, where I just keep a pose just off of the scene, so that I can come back to it. If I ever like make a pose and then a director gives me a note to get rid of a pose, I'll just save it off screen. So it doesn't interfere with anything, but you can always go back to it if minds get changed. Which obviously doesn't happen ever. Okay, cool. So got camera move coming over. Probably to about here. Now I like to go in and like actually individually kind of animate channels. Bam. Just overshoot him a little bit because we know where his high point is. Can even overshoot this move down as well. See how that looks. Just super roughly doing this. Don't want it to look like that, definitely. Oh, I'm hiding all of this. Okay, there we go. All I did was kind of like go in and offset this up point just a bit, so it happens a few frames after the jump. And go in and refine this stuff a bit more, but he does that jump. I just want a big... I don't like how it goes so sideways in that. Probably doesn't need to be that aggressive. Maybe something a bit more like this, and then it's more about the up down. Feels nice and natural and handheld. Come into an ease at the end for a bit longer. Feel. Yeah, it gives it some energy, maintains it a little nicer. Sorry, I missed a question from a while ago. In future, do you guys give feedback to the modeler to get more appealing shapes? Certainly in the start of production, and I think that's more of a senior role. Say you're an animation director or a lead animator or an animation director. It will kind of be a nice balance between the animators discovering what they can, discovering, oh, this doesn't work nicely, or this is causing an issue somewhere else, and the character designer. I think the character designer, when they can work with the animators early on to say, okay, this is what I want, then the animators can try and get that with the rig, and then if they simply can't get that with the rig, they go back to rigging. If rigging can't get it, then they go back to modeling. But every show is very different. Everything has different pipelines and ways of working. But a lot of the shapes you'll see the animators will sculpt those, and you'll get a very like T-pose looking model, but then it'll be completely mushed around and sculpted to within an inch of its life, where it's like if you turn it from any other angle, it's just absolutely broken. which is fun. Do I polish in IK or FK? Both. I'll probably polish in both for this. My preference is IK, just because I feel I've animated for so long in IK. When I go to FK, I almost feel like if I've done some janky stuff, I need to like start again and just like animate different channels and like almost like go back to basics. So not go back to basics, but like it doesn't feel natural for me to polish in FK yet. It's probably a thing that I need to work on, but I do feel capable of polishing most things in IK. But then, to be honest, I haven't worked on a show in Spline for a year and a half. So I can't remember. Working in Step and not having to work in Spline means I rarely touch the graph editor. So I'm certainly not switching between IK and FK to clean things up. I'm just cleaning it by eye. And that's the way I prefer to clean my animation and polish. So that's why I would like to stick usually with IK, just because I feel comfortable enough in tracking my arcs in the actual scene and in 2D, like as a shape on the screen, as opposed to tracking arcs in FK in the graph editor, if that makes sense. Keyframe Pro, to view the reference, check it out, highly recommended. What's up, Lord Luigi Riggs? How you doing, man? Alright, so last thing I want to add is just a bit more of an ease on this camera. This camera can change a bit, that's fine. Might even mute it as well, just because it might get confusing. I wonder if maybe it's just coming over a bit too much as well. Or maybe it starts just a bit. Like, wherever you can, if you don't have to animate the camera, it's kind of nicer not to have it animated. It makes things a bit more complex, but also feel like we don't want to go down until we're literally going into the down bit as an anti-up for the jump. So let's actually have that come up. Yeah, this could be nice. Could be nice to overshoot. Let's just leave it on auto. Let's have that ease nicely so we don't get a sharp turn. Animating cameras is all about just keeping things simple, keeping things buttery smooth. Like there's just like a jump in the animation. Like, it doesn't need to be there. Maybe I don't need to go down at all. Or maybe that what I thought I needed to do was actually just too much. Like, there's just too much motion in here. This just doesn't need to be that much. And when there's a jump in there, that'll obviously lead that motion more. Have that ease it out more. This is literally how I polish as well. Same way I animate cameras, but cameras stand out very much and need to kind of be finished in order to use them. I don't find it that useful to have a half-finished camera that I'm going to fix at some point. It's just do the camera. It's like 2 channels usually on a camera. Sometimes you have rotate Z as well. Sometimes you have translate as well, but often 2 channels. Not that much to have to worry about. So this is actually my down, isn't it? Oh no, this is in the wrong place, that's why. Okay. Remember to delete poses when you put random things in. Wait, is it? Oh, this is wrong. Okay, cool. Sweet. No, not delete. So I just want that to ease down for a couple of frames after I hit the down. And that is probably about what I want. Okay. I haven't worked in spline. How's that possible? I've worked in spline. I just haven't worked in spline for a couple of years because I've been doing projects on steps, on twos. So I spline sometimes like the camera, or sometimes, I mean, I haven't been animating the camera, but sometimes spline like the master control of the character, and then everything else is kind of moving in that stepped way. But I've been predominantly working on twos for the last couple of years. Yeah, Aaron just talking about FK arms can be amazing if you get to grips with it. It's just getting to grips with it. I've polished shots for future films with FK arms, and they've worked out okay. They've been nice. It just tends to be a lot more cleanup for me than if I just stick with IK. So I don't know. I'm kind of between opinions right now. All right, let's see if I want to animate any more of this. All right, there is the off pose, which could be good to get. But maybe I'll animate that when I come in to do the... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we animate that. All right, cool. We have a camera. Let's add in some more ups and stuff. So I want a pose here. Pose here. Let's do this one first. This is a bit broader. Ooh, but first, I'm gonna drink some water. Twos is great. Until you get bored of it after a year and a half, and then you want to work on spline, and then you work on spline, and then you get bored of it and you want to do twos. Let me just... put this here. And put in... How do I edit this text? Okay. Oh, wait, what? Delete? Yes. Oh no! Okay. Good at OBS. Yes. This is way more effort than it's worth, but I'm going to put in BRB. BRB. Let's see how many views we lose. Oh, we gained a viewer? We gained a viewer by being be right back? The hell? Fair enough. Hello. How are you all doing today? Do a big stretch. Take off your jumper if you're too cold. If you're too hot, and put on a jumper if you are too cold. Have a drink if you're thirsty. Stretch if your back hurts. Actually stand up if you have a standing desk. Wait for yourself to get reframed by the standing desk. If you could animate on any project since the beginning of time, what would it be? Ooh, that's a great question. I would love to know you guys' answer as well. Let me think about that. There's so many. Any project since the beginning of time. Something Pixar, probably. Unshrimp. Drink water, definitely. Shrimp is good. Any project. I feel like this is a high stakes question. I need to have a good opinion here. Something Pixar, probably. I love 2D animation. I'd love to be good at 2D animation. I would have loved to have been good enough, been good enough, but also B, to have had the chance to work on something like The Jungle Book. I love The Jungle Book so much. And I think just to work on it with someone like Milk Cole, who is just, in my opinion, like the best ever. Just to be near him while he's working on something like Shere Khan, I think would be pretty incredible. But I also just feel like it would be cool to kind of go back in time like that, you know, go back to, what was Jungle Book, the 50s or 60s when they were working on that. I mean, it would just be cool to be plopped in. I mean, it would be cool to be plopped in when they're working on Steamboat Willie and being like, how do you do animation? That would be cool. Maybe Steamboat Willie. Because this would mean that I'd be traveling in time as well. So I have to take into account what that would mean in terms of what time I would go back to. So it's not just, oh, Toy Story. It's like Steamboat Willie, maybe? Maybe Gertie the Dinosaur. If you guys know Gertie the Dinosaur back from the 1910s. It would just be cool to go back in time and see another way of life way before TV or the internet. Be crazy. Maybe Jungle Book. Different enough time. Incredible animators. Got like basically all of the 9 old men on that, I think. That'd be nice. If I was a 2D animator. And then if I was a 3D animator, which I am. It looked like hell to work on those projects because the rigs move at like 1 frame every 3 seconds. So you move something and then just wait. That just looks horrible. Anything with multiple characters is just a nightmare. I probably wouldn't want to work on that. Maybe something recent like Nimona. Nimona would be cool. No. Spider-Verse is pretty damn cool. If I had to say something, it's probably something like The Incredibles or Monsters Inc. Maybe Monsters Inc. Big fan. What do you guys think? The Incredibles, okay. There was IK back then, Jim. Not Gertie the Dinosaur, but there was IK in Pixar, in Monsters Inc. Unless you're talking about Jungle Book. Prince of Egypt, Iron Giant. Oh, Iron Giant's a good show. Incredibles. Yeah, maybe Incredibles is the right answer. Toy Story was all FK. Was it? Jesus. Maybe you're right, actually. I think early 3D animation only had FK. That's mad. Mad. Ooh, Ratatouille. Ooh. It's a good pick. Yeah, I feel like the answer is not like about the project itself, because I mean it is. It's a multifaceted answer, isn't it? Anything iconic, anything to tell people that you worked on, and then go, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" and then just have some insight into like a different time or a different way of working, because all the 9 Old Men stuff is kind of like handed down through Disney, but then as people, like, it wasn't like, oh, there was someone in the 9 Old Men just doing a TV show or doing a YouTube series about it. So just to actually be there would be pretty cool. Standing up maybe wasn't the best idea. It's back. Been going for a while already. Honestly, feeling all right. Feeling like I can keep going for a bit. Let's see how we can go. How we get on if we just keep going. I want to do a few more poses for sure. This is a nice extended pose. I feel like my bookmarks are in there now, in this animation. Once I get these up downs in there, it will be quite a bit easier to get my breakdowns in, and I'll just fly through this animation. See, I just adjusted that pose right there, just discovered that something was way off. It's fine to change things as you go. Do it all the time. Especially as you have new information from the rest of your poses. It's like you just kind of have to. You have to go in and add some stuff. Realize that you got things wrong, or realize that actually there's a better way to do this thing. It's a slight up in there and then down. Gojira Season 1, Jim, yeah? That was a banger of a show. We were unfortunate enough to only work on Season 2. And actually, I worked on Season 3 as well. So, but yeah, Season 1. The good old days. Yeah, Toy Story 1 FK legs. Yeah, now that you say it, yeah. But Monsters Inc. probably had IK. Definitely had IK. I mean, they had fur. They had IK. 100%. Yeah. Arcane Season 2 will be cool. There's a lot of exciting projects out there. Lots of cool stuff to work on. I'm thinking about this pose a little bit as well. Just that back thigh feels a little bit more like that. So can I push that forward a bit to solve that? I think so. Yes. I've done it now. I think also what's an issue is this not being out here enough. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, this definitely needs to be a thing where I've been moving things around. Things have gotten a little bit muddled. You know what? I think I drew this pose initially because I felt this was the most contrasted in terms of the chest. So let's go with that and see. Because it's actually honestly feeling like I'm not going up above this hip. If I look at like this cross section here. I mean, it's not far off, but it's just slightly going up, I think, instead of doing anything else. It's obviously shooting forward massively. But yeah, we want it just following a similar path. Okay, I'm happy with that. Happier with that. That answers some questions that I had. See if we can't get a little lower here. Just a touch. Using the nudge hotkey there. I want to make sure to get some these hips coming through there as well. So that leg feels quite wrong. Yeah, that feels better. Sweet. Now we can pop that leg back. Not that much. This feels horrendous. Okay, that's been a bit better. Head goes down through there, so this needs to be up more. Definitely have some shape change in here. Also, neck change. Just all the time, flicking between my poses. All the time. Seeing contrast, seeing what's working, what's not working. Pose is giving me some trouble. Might be the issue. Let's see. Oh. How was my first job experience? It was good. It was a lot of work. It was not close to my house, so I had like an hour and a half commute on the underground to the other side of London. Warning, the stream, what's going on here? Got some kind of issue? Oh, okay. I think there's an issue with the stream, but the bitrate might be low. Yeah, it was on the other side of London. I had to commute an hour and a half. The hours were long. I got paid terribly. Really, really terribly. But I met some amazing people there. People who have been with me through, or like not been with me, but have stayed in my life since, even in my first job of like 6 months. Still plenty of people that I massively look up to that I got to work with. My first ever lead, my first ever like mentors essentially, just telling me, no, this is how you animate. And I'm like, oh, and then I feel like you learn so much on the job. It's trial by fire, but it's good. If you're keen and you're just passionate about animation, then it's great. I loved my first job. Wouldn't go back and do it again right now, but now I have a lot more experience than that. So it is what it is. It was really good for me at the time. But wait, I'm not on that pose. Why am I touching that? I feel like I have to change some things. And I'm noticing how much change there is in the kind of side plane of me coming across. Unfortunately, I just have the one view of reference, but I think it's still enough. I can still get what I need out of it. I just need to go back and forth a bit and figure things out. It's like doing a puzzle, this is, honestly. Right, if that's there, then that has to be there, then that has to be there, and it's pretty fun. It can be fun. Can be a pain. It's often a pain. Ooh, anyone new to the stream? Hello, welcome. I am animating the Minerva rig even. This is the new rig from Ramon Arango. Very, very nice rig. There are some obvious skinning issues and blend shapes that Ramon is working on, but this is very much like a first pass rig that I'm testing. But it's going to look great. In fact, it's going to look like this. All of that stuff. This is a Ramon's Apollo and Artemis Discord. You can check that out. Very, very cool. Looking great. And while we're there, why not check out the Owenferny Discord? Oh, there's a few people joined. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Got a bunch of people in there now. Come by, say hi, introduce yourself. Don't know what we're building, but we're building something. It's growing. It's a growing thing. Thank you very much, everyone, for the support so far. Been a good start to 2024 for me in terms of YouTube and things like that. Moving in the right directions. Having a good time. Already at 3 hours for the stream? Crazy. I feel like we're getting somewhere now, you know? We're getting some more poses in there. Cooking a bit. Let's add in some more ups. I want them to go in a bit faster now. What happened there? Okay, let's animate that a direct 50% in between. Give those to myself as a guideline. I think I've animated myself running, or run it, not myself, animated Minerva running a bit too far forward here. Just based on how much this is moving. Doing a bit much. Tweak that. Not crazy amounts of ups and downs in this, really. Which is unhelpful. You want to do some fast animation, but it is what it is. Let's just copy the world space of that, put it in space. Copy the angle that I want, which is about that. Put the toe in place. Simple as that. here. Okay, we're pretty much in the final position for this. What's that mean? We're pretty much in the final position for this. With the foot, I'm just looking at the space of that, basically, how that's going, moving into the next one. I can't just say words, I need to be more specific. I think you guys got what I mean, but just listen to myself. What am I even talking about? Okay, we are feeling okay with this angle. I work in passes over the whole thing. I get an angle, I'm like, okay, I need to copy this angle, I've copied that angle. Need to make sure the fire is kind of matching. Fire's kind of matching right now. That's good. Let's have a look at these. These are way off. What's going on here? So what does that tell me? It tells me that we're not moving far enough away in this pose. I probably want to come... like, because I know this is right. Because I have this... this toe can't possibly slide back. It can't. I know this is right. So I have to then make that back angle correct by moving this forward. Which I think is about right there. Completely now broken, this part. That's fine. No, it's not completely broken. It's cool. Looking at the space between these tells me that there's something a little wrong. So let's have a play with that. Move this forward. Not worrying about what that next pose is doing, we'll fix that in a sec. Angles, the chest, very important. Probably the most important, all the angles. But also probably the easiest, so it's not one that you particularly think about because you're like, okay, I need to match what this is doing. But then when it comes to the legs, people often focus on the feet, or they focus on like the hips. But it's not about that, it's about the angles of your thighs, the angles of your bottom legs. I would say calves, but it's not just calves on your bottom legs, is it? It's multiple muscles and bones, and your lower legs than your upper legs, so you just want to focus on get the information in there, get it out of there, get it into Maya. Hang on a sec. What am I doing? This is going backwards. Just a bit. Nice. Okay, wicked. So am I happy with this? I think I am. I think this angle could be a little bit more out, maybe here. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's finally now fix this front leg. Work out what's going on with it. Part of it is that that is not. Okay. Nice. That arm go back there. This arm goes back. Kind of coming around. I'm doing this. It seems. I'm getting hungry. Hungry to finish this animation. Can I finish it today? No. I won't be finishing this today. But who knows? Who knows where we'll go? What we'll see. Who knows? It's kind of going behind, isn't it? Like here. Is it? Maybe it's just to the side. Yes. Yeah. Let's leave it there. Is that angle matching? No. So doing something weird where we're like in, but this on, this bit's out. Yeah, that feels a bit better with the angle. Nice. Okay, we're missing the head, so we have to kind of assume what that is doing. I'm really happy with this because it means that I'm actually going further off screen than I initially thought. Now that I've got the feet in, kind of tells me exactly how far I'm going off in the next pose, which is nice because then I have less work to do in the running off. Let's just check this angle. Is that right? It's just a little bit wrong, isn't it? Like that. Might fix that back on. I think it does, just a little. It's cool. Let's get this like this, and this like this. I think I'm just still leaned over just a bit. Let's use that little control, see what that gives us. What have we got? Are you going to do any facial animation for this rig at some point? Yeah, I'd love to. When Ramon is ready to test that, then that'd be cool. But at the moment, this is all we have. It's a work in progress. But Ramon is working on the face. So soon, I'm sure. Or I hope. It'd be nice to put some facial to this. But I also kind of love the aesthetic of the body mechanics rig. I think it's super nice. Really, really, very nice. Nice. Alright, now we get the fun task of moving everything. Let's create a button for that, shall we? I like to create little buttons. Move all. I'm sure it won't be the last time that we do that. Goes just in front. Simple as that. Nice. All right, let's see what we got. Definitely something weird here. What have I missed? Missed this arm. Not so weird. Fingers are definitely killing me a bit. But hey. What's the up down doing? Is that down fine? I think it is. All right. Let's sit down again, shall we? Oh, my back. So old. A little snack as well. Have a snack if you have one. Little protein bar. Turn on the BRB. I don't want to talk with my mouth full, but it's making me so conscious that I'm just not saying anything or doing anything. Have I ever done gameplay animation? Not technically. I've done emotes for Fortnite, and that's as far as I've got to, as close as I've got to gameplay animation. I'm a much bigger fan of animating to camera. Okay. Let's flesh out this bit in here, shall we? This seems fun. I want to do something fun. So let's take a key here where we have the feet still just on the ground. Definitely a pose that we need to have. So we've gone in. Let me just check something. We've gone in, we've done down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down. I think there was something in there we missed. There's a slight up in there. We can hit that later, that's fine. We've got a down. Definitely missing an up in here then. Oh no, it's because I've gone from a key pose to an up to a down. Okay, so there's an up in here that I need to hit, but that's 2 frames before this pose, and I feel like it's not as important. I will make sure to hit that at some point. So we're going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and we kind of have the building blocks of our animation to go in and really make it sing now. Especially through here, this is a really fun bit to do. So let's go ahead and animate this. Oh, so this is going to be what I'd like to call blocking 2. So in blocking, we have B1, blocking key or golden poses, acting, enacting, these are beats. In body mechanics, these are extremes. And then you have B2, which is still blocking, because helpfully we call everything blocking in animation. This is blocking our breakdowns. So I'll have a key pose, I'll have another key pose, and in between those I will do a breakdown initially. And Chester Samson made a very good video on this. Shout out Chester. We essentially do a breakdown and then you use the information of pose A, pose C, and the breakdown, which we'll call B, in order to do our eases. So you might have an ease there, or you might have an ease there, and then there, and then there. And then on the same thing, you have an ease, and then an ease, and you might want it super tight like that, or you might want it a bit more realistic and still easing, but a bit more linear than the more pushed spacing that you might get in those breakdowns. Now, different parts have different spacing within that, but it's nice to kind of think of one thing and focus on the spacing of that when you're thinking about your breakdowns. So, for example, body mechanics, you're usually going to think about the hips when you're doing your breakdowns. But another thing you want to get in your breakdowns is other extremes. Oh. So this might help to illustrate it just a little better if I give myself some more room. Hey, that worked. It's nice when things actually work. So if I have my animation and I've got a down pose here, for example, and he's doing a bend, and then we have a jump, or we have a landing pose over here, for example, and then in between we have a jump where the legs are doing that. Hey. So these are our extremes of the hips. We have the down, down. We have the up. These are extremes. So when we go into B2, after we've got these initial B1s, and I know that's not a helpful thing to call it, just bear with me. After we've got the key poses, we want to go into breakdowns. Think of it like that. We want to go from B1s to B2s, golden poses to breakdowns. We want to go in and think about extremes. So a good extreme in this example would be a takeoff pose. So where the feet are most extended. Let's redraw. Where the feet are most extended. And we have an extreme of limbs. So it's an extreme, but it's not an extreme of this part. It's an extreme of this part. And the same thing here, you might have a foot lead down and then this one just overlap, for example. So this is an extreme. At the same time, one frame before, you might have an extreme where this pose is actually, this foot is at its longest, and you actually have this pose still on the floor, still bent. So then this is an extreme pose. And you kind of go in and you find all of this information for all of the body parts. Say this character has arms. These arms are dangling in this point, and when we get up here, they're a lot higher. And then when we get to this pose, they're at their most extreme. They're at their highest point. They're at the part in space where they are reaching their maximum distance away from it. Think about your animation as a bounding box, right? So if you did a bounding box for the initial thing we drew, I'm just gonna quickly draw that again. If you do a bounding box for this, you get something like this, right? This is a bounding box for that animation. What we want to make sure we have in our animation when we've animated everything is, yes, the bounding box for the extremes of the legs, but then also other things come into play. So yeah, we have the box here, that's still within the bounding box, but these arms are coming up over here, and in this pose they're down here. So if we don't then hit this pose, our animation can never reach that point unless we're adding that in spline, and that just seems like a stupid way to do things, because you want to ideally show this to a director, get someone's buy-off. You want to represent the most amount. You want to get across all of the actual motion in your blocking, right? So say we go here, and this arm has an arc out there. Like, our bounding box now becomes around here. So make sure when we're blocking, we have everything, all of the range of motion of all of the parts. Even if there's one frame where the body starts to come down and just this elbow comes up, you need the full range of motion of all of your parts in all of your breakdowns for every single movement as well. And you want to basically like grow this bounding box for all of the different individual parts of your animation as well. So the bounding box of this hand might start down here, might go through here, might go up to here, but then the feet have a different size bounding box where it's like down here, here, here. It's not about like one overall thing, it's about different things having these different bounding boxes, and just making sure that you get those extremes in there. It's very important to get extremes in. That's a long-winded way of saying, let's do some extremes. Aren't just focused on the hips. So here, perfect example. The legs both extend here. But then in this pose, this is the last frame where they're touching. So they're both kind of poses that I want to get into blocking, right? Before letting Maya touch anything. Otherwise it's just gonna give me some rubbish in between. I am using this tablet, the Intuos Medium Pro. It's a nice tablet. It's pretty good. I'd like to get a Cintiq someday. But if you're animating if you're drawing in paint, maybe it's not that necessary. Alright, I didn't lose anyone with that long-winded explanation. Did that make sense? Let me know if that did make sense or it didn't make sense, but other than that, let's continue. Ah, yes. I'm going to put it in this final pose, actually, because I want things in the spaces that are correct. And then I just want to... It's not important what buttons you hit on Tween Machine. It's not important at all. I could care less about people saying, oh, you have to make sure that you don't hit this button or this button. If you're leaving the values as they are when you hit any buttons in Tween Machine, sure, fine. But you shouldn't be, really. Unless you're just like doing a very, very slight ease to a stop. I'm hitting that to just get me, like I said at the start, 5% there, 10% there. Sometimes it's 80% there. It's not about the values on Tween Machine. It's about then taking that and tweaking it to be something that is animation. So you probably just saw me then go, no, I don't like that, hit Tween Machine, 100% Tween Machine, and then I just did 50% Tween Machine on the hits, and it just gave me nothing that was useful. But there's just a slight little rotation or something on one of those channels that potentially is useful, then that's fine. I kind of look at what I have and then decide what I want to hit with Tween Machine based on what I have. It's not always a hard and fast rule where it's like, oh, you have to hit, at this point you have to hit 5% Tween Machine. Okay. There's not a lot of like side to side angle in this really. There's a very slight amount, I think, but it's honestly mostly just up and down. Look at that, FK legs. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, now we have to kind of assume what angle he's doing. He's just got one long angle like that. Assuming he's kind of doing this. And that these hits are actually only just slightly going back. But let's play that through and see. Yeah, these hips are like almost just moving directly up. Oops, what happened there? Turn down that light a little so I'm not blinded. Okay, cool. The neck is so long. Most definitely. His legs are feeling super manly in their poses, especially something like this. It's feeling a bit manly. Let's get it in a bit. I mean, this is not feeling manly, it's just feeling wrong. Yeah, that's a bit better. Doink. Kind of got some knee going in action, which is pretty handy, making it feel like a feminine figure. Alright, how are we doing on angles? We're pretty bad on legs. This one moves up slightly more. Okay, now we can move it back down, match the feet. Okay, now we can get in and start animating. Yeah, true. The Apollo shoulders were very wide for sure. I want to look at his head and what that's doing in comparison to just other body parts. So his head pretty much gets replaced. Almost pixel perfect, but not quite. A couple of pixels below. That's but so we want to be just a little bit higher, but he's a lot higher in this, so tweak. What have I zoomed in on? Okay. I want to see what the neck's doing through here. The neck is pretty far back, to be fair. Starts to maybe just come forward. I mean, maybe because her head is just so long. Her neck is so long. It's kind of giving me some problems with making this space look right. You know what? Let's move this up just a bit. So I do want to get that feel of like the bum overtaking the head through here. Let's see how that works for us. Shoulders are still pretty wide though on this rig. We have fist pose. Nice. Gonna do that quite jankily. Uh-oh. He says do it jankily and then spends 5 minutes doing it. Guess I can use this pose though, so let's just do it. A little bit of arc in it. Chuck that knuckle up just a bit with that thumb. I hate doing fists. They're hard. They're fiddly. You gotta do what you gotta do. No. It just doesn't want to be like this, does it? It wants to be down. That'll do for now. Looks closed enough. He says, and then continues to work on it for another 5 minutes. Scale. Yes. Alright, that'll do. Make a hand selector thing. Alright, this now selects. Let's grab our animbot thing. Thingamajigger. Thingies. Red. Because it's on the red side. Nice. Whoa, what's that? Is that like a super chat? 40 THB? I have no idea what that is, but thank you so much, Sexan. It's very kind of you. We're monetized on YouTube, baby. Let's go. Oh, thanks a lot, man. The long necks, honestly, they hit different. They do feel nice. Big fan of the long necks. Ooh, is there a controller on the rig that moves the whole IK controllers? No, I don't think so. But it's quite easy to I just created a select set. Now I can move those all around. But I haven't got it in, I've got the IK controls in world space, so I don't need to do that. I can just move the root control. I don't know why I'm so fixated on this arm all of a sudden. I spent like 20 minutes on that arm. Yeah, it's a nice arm. Happy with that. Great way to make a character feel powerful as opposed to not powerful, is to have them clenching their fists all the time, make them angry. Yeah, speaking of being monetized on YouTube, honestly pretty close to hitting the goals now with the last live stream. A lot of people tuned into that. So the goals are 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. Obviously I have more than 1,000 subscribers, which is cool. But for some reason you need 4,000 watch hours as well. I think we're on 3,600 and something. So I'm hopeful to actually become monetized on YouTube and make some pennies this year at some point, which is crazy. So thank you very much, guys, for all your support. If you're watching this in the future, if you're watching this live, just know that it's helpful. I appreciate it. I motivated you today, Aaron. I did a little James Baxter breakdown. Damn. Is that going to be on Twitter? Very nice. I have the same issue, Aaron. But this is fun. I've been enjoying this. Okay, feeling a little spring out there now that we have a few extremes in the limbs, huh? A little more springy than it once was. That's fun. Okay, let's look for another big extreme that we can use. Now, this is a tough one. This is a tough one because we're going from one reference to the other. So how do we do that? I think this is a fairly straightforward example. But what you need to make sure you do when you edit your reference, which I've hopefully done here, is animate at a point where there is a big spacing change. So here it makes sense to do that over the landing. And hopefully, you know, we get into that over the course of a few frames. If you're cutting from someone like doing something really realistic and then they kind of pause and then you cut to another thing where the spacing is kind of moving quite a lot, or even if they're just paused but then they go into another movement, you're kind of taking all of the, like, you're then having to, all right, let me talk this through actually. So I'm standing up, right? Let me get my whole camera up. Got to remind me to put this back on. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. I can shut my blinds while I'm here. You got any neighbours? Alright. So say we have a reference which is like someone getting tripped, and then we want to use a different reference, which is someone then turning and running away. But they're in a pose like that, and they decide to turn and run away. If I, like, it's more helpful to me to cut on a big piece of spacing rather than try and work out how to. So, all right, there's two pieces of reference, right? One of them goes, and you're in this pose. The next one starts, and then runs off. Okay? If we start in this pose, and we switch to this reference, where we're here, and we do a run off, I then have to work out all of the mechanics on the arms just from being an animator, not using the reference. Because I'm going from here to this pose, so therefore all of the poses after this into the run until I'm doing like a lot bigger spacing and I'm fully into the run. So all of this, all of that changes. Whereas if I just cut from, for example, I go and I'm shocked, and instead of cutting to this pose, I cut into this pose, which is already the pose that I need to be in. I can then use all of the mechanics from this, and I don't have to hook it up through a whole series of poses, right? All I have to do is maybe change a pose where I'm like that to a pose where I'm like that. So then I kind of have to maybe change like the frames through here. If I go from this and my pose is like that, I'm then having to change this a little step over to take my weight off, the lifting of the foot, the arms coming up, all of these extremes in here, all of the, maybe not so much the extremes of the bottom, but even then, if the body angle is different, the extremes change on your body. Like, if I'm already in a pose like this, then maybe I already have my weight on this foot. If I'm already in a pose like this, I already have my weight on this foot, I can just go straight into a run. So like the mechanics change. If I'm here, the mechanics change to doing an antic for a run compared to if I'm here. So if you have the chance, cut that reference maybe here, so you decide what pose you want to be in, or cut the reference after this, so that we're here and then we maybe get into here and then cut like on a run pose. Something big with spacing massively reduces the amount of work that you then have to do in animation to correct that. That made sense to me. Hopefully that made sense to you. Right. Aaron has done a breakdown. I feel like we should check that out. I'm trying to get the Twitter up. Aaron is currently my lead on the feature film that we're working on together. Ooh, nice breakdown here from Aaron. So I'm learning a lot from Aaron. He's got a lot to offer. He is a fantastic teacher and not a bad animator. Let me put this up here. Hope this isn't giving away any personal information from me, other than that I have no messages. Other than what my interests are, I guess. Arsenal v Crystal Palace. Alright, Aaron's done a little breakdown here. Let's have a look.
Can't you just see it, Madame Gaston, his little wife?
Aaron does love James Baker. James Baker? James Baxter.
Can't you just see it, Madame Gaston, his little wife?
Damn, that is a nice silhouette. Even the bucket. Really nice. Leading with the foot gets you a nice squash and stretch in the leg with the angles. The weight continues through and up. Very nice. For that spacing. Woo. Obviously beautiful drawings. Yeah, I kind of love that angle of the arm there, that's creating that nice triangle. It really guides our eye down here, doesn't it? Those hands just have like way different spacing. Well, they kind of don't have different spacing. They do have, like, they have different amounts of spacing, but they kind of follow like a similar rhythm. I guess it would make it feel too like, ooh, if they're too offset from each other. But it's nice that one just has a spacing where it ends up way back there. But they kind of like, if you were hitting Tween Machine, it feels like you're kind of hitting like 60% on the next key. That's pretty cool. Yep. Nice hold. Nice. It's like a 3D character. This guy is cracked. Oh, so nice.
Can't you just see
Nice.
it,
Great breakdown, Aaron. Everyone follow Aaron Baker on Twitter. I'm sure you already do. If you don't, have a look. Follow him. Whoa. Will the stream VOD be viewable for later? Yeah, it's all going to be... Sorry, just hit the mic. I know how annoying that is. Yeah, it's all going to be here on YouTube. Should just be the same link, I assume. I'll leave it all up. I'm hoping to also edit the videos into something more watchable, similar to my reference videos. That's the kind of idea of doing this long blocking process, so that I can also edit it into something similar to my reference video, which I really enjoyed making and people seem to get a lot of value out of. So I'm kind of hoping to do that for blocking and spline and polish, I guess. If polish isn't just spline, pretty nice. But let me know if you guys want to see that. I feel like it's time to shout out Keyframe Coach right now as well. Since we just shouted Aaron out, let's have a look at Keyframe Coach, shall we? Alright, there's this website. You guys might have heard of it, because I've been banging on about it. I haven't banged on about it that much so far. I've done a website. It's Keyframe Coach. It's basically my website. Look, some nice things people have said. But you can go here and have a look at the reviews. There is a Keyframe Coach YouTube channel. Just uploaded a new Keyframe Coach review today. You can go here, buy a review from me. Obviously, support the channel. Supports me. I love doing it. And hopefully it's a reasonable price. Win-win, win-win. Everyone's happy. Everything's good. Hopefully. That's the idea. Anyway, enough about that. Let me just retweet Aaron's tweet as well. Repost. Alright, sales pitch over. Let's do another extreme, shall we? Okay. We're going to go for this one. The hit. So, I'm going to grab all the controls. I'm actually just going to hit on that next pose. Know where the feet want to be. I want to get those feet landed. I don't want to have to do any move to them. But I do know that I'm going to have to come forward with the weight. So let me plant these feet where I think they should go. This is where I'm going away from the reference a bit. It's going to be more helpful to do that in perspective with my moving camera that I helpfully put in. Just make it harder. Okay, let's say that that's about right. I don't know what happened with these feet. These feel broken as hell, but we'll see. Okay. In fact, I'm going to keep this pose just one frame later. Let's do this on this frame. Let's get the contact pose in first, then we can worry about the extreme. Alright, so we're going to obviously travel down through that into the next pose. But how much? We want to come back but also forwards. This is kind of just using knowledge of body mechanics to get this pose in here. So I can kind of see that we sit back a bit on these hills when we land, and then when I'm coming forward into my animation, the hills roll forward. So I want to make sure that I'm getting that translation through forward as well as down. You know what? That might be enough. And I remember using this reference because it had a nice like kind of unfold when I get to the bottom. So it would kind of be nice to bridge these two together so that the angle is maybe something in between. Or maybe even it's more like the next one. This is where things potentially can go wrong because I'm doing some guesswork here. I'm doing some animation as opposed to just using reference one-to-one. I think if I give myself enough space to pop up with the head, which means doing things like this, and we should. It should work because we're doing a lot of spacing, so we should get away with it, but we might not. Okay. I actually want to be probably landing not as flat-footed as I thought because I actually want some of that weight to go into the hands, I'm realizing. So let me just blend a little to the next pose. That should be cool. I want to have this as like an extension pose, an extreme pose of the hands coming in just before the landing. Really like pushing down, leaning down. Maybe something like this would be cool. Get the fingies. I want this head to be coming up later, but also not to be breaking too much. I feel like what's important here is to match the pose, that action here, so that we can continue to then use that as reference. But it's also difficult. I think actually we probably just need to come up a bit sooner, don't we? So maybe just literally needs to be in between these two. Coming up with that. Ooh. I think this is going to feel graceful as well. We're leaning down with that hand. A bit more feminine. Get that nice and tucked under. Looking at that, my back is screaming. Just lead down with one side as well. should come down, your knees open out. This wants to be out there. All right. Decided what that pose should be, so now let's add in an extreme pose. Such an unhelpful pose. Right. Way more helpful. Thanks, Maya. Thanks, Animbot. Why is this happening? What's that other elbow doing where it's not broken? Chest. Why didn't I put this in chest? Alright, Animbot. I should save. I haven't saved all stream. Oh my god. Don't even know if I have autosave on. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? How do you deal with subtle animations, like really subtle and gentle animation that doesn't have a lot of movement? I animate the extremes. If I have a pose, if I have reference and I'm like, then there's two clear poses where you're like, and so you just like, you do the two poses, use Tweet Machine as much as you can, be very, very gentle with moving your controllers, like come in here and scale up the, like, oops, not reset that. Where's my buttons? What am I doing? Come in and scale this up so that it's like the size of your screen. Come in and be really, really gentle with your rotations, create very subtle offsets, really control your spacing, and then do your timing separate from the spacing. So it's just about offsetting things, being very, very careful with how much things are moving, but going from one extreme to the next. So it doesn't have to be a massive, like a huge movement. It can just be from this to, you know, something like that's a lot of contrast between those two, or even if it's just a very slight thing. If you flick between your keys, so if I go between this key and this key, I can see there's a lot of movement between them. I can see the contrast because there's 16 frames between them. If I go through and I look through here, there's not a lot of movement, right? Look at the extremes. Go from this pose to this pose. See how they're moving different, and then break that down. Go in between and find the pose here. How is that similar to that pose? How is it different to that pose? That's how I kind of tackle more subtle stuff. It's basically exactly the same thing, just on a smaller, more subtle level. You have to be more careful. You have to use Tweet Machine a bit more, but put in your poses and then create your animation using those two bookmarks that you have, using those bounding boxes that you have. Use the bounding boxes of animation to create your animation. I think I'm getting tired. It's been a long time, been a long stream. Ooh. Thanks, Aaron. Very nice of you. As always, regret I didn't choose animation as my career. I left animation because I felt it felt difficult and chose UI. So I want to learn more because I know all the basics and principles. When I learned bachelor's degree. Look, Alessandro Camparotta's latest video, very black and white, very, look, sometimes you're just not good enough to be animation, whatever, be an animator. I think it's more complex than that. I think it's like, you do have to realize after a while, like, do you love animation? Do you love sitting there, putting down keyframes, creating breakdowns, studying reference, studying great animation, knowing why your animation is bad, taking criticism, taking notes. It's all a lot. It's a lot of stuff. Do you love that? Do you love sitting there and do that? Or do you just love the idea of animation and saying, oh, I'm an animator, that's an interesting profession? Like, because if you don't love animating, then maybe you shouldn't be an animator, you know? But if you love animating, be an animator. I don't know if that's helpful at all. I'm very much of the mindset, like, this isn't for everyone. Some people love the idea of animating. It's kind of like a sexy... It's not sexy. It's definitely not sexy. It's kind of like a... It's just interesting, isn't it, you know? And people love animation. People love watching animated shows. So they go, oh, I love animation, therefore I want to be an animator. Like, no, not necessarily. Sometimes you just love animation. There's plenty of jobs in it. Like, there's UI, there's things you can do which aren't actually like animation, actually character animation, acting through a model, through a puppet. I think you need to be clear on which one it is, you know? Do you love actually animating, or do you love do you love the craft of animation? Do you love it as something that's going to be a lifelong goal, something that you never actually get there? There's always someone better, there's always things to improve, there's always notes to do, there's always... You could do what you think is your best work, hide yourself away for a year, you show it to one person, they might not even be as experienced as you, they instantly go, oh yeah, good, I think you could change this. You know, do you love that? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. But maybe you do. I do. I think it's great. It's a lifelong pursuit. Something we'll never achieve, but it's about the journey. Animating is fun. I'm animating on a Saturday. It's a Saturday. I don't do this every Saturday. I don't love it that much. I love animation slightly. This is a pretty funny pose. Yeah, layout's good too. Some people just do layout, and that's fine. Some people decide, actually, I love layout. I love previs. People who work in previs, a lot of them love previs. They're not doing it as a stopgap to animation. They love doing previs. They love making movies and figuring stuff out. It's a challenging job. It's hard. It's interesting. I feel like I got too real there. Is everyone okay with that? Did I crush any dreams? It wasn't my intention to crush any dreams. But sometimes you have to ask yourself if you love anime. If you're here for it, if you're here for the struggle, it's not an easy thing to do. The keys that you're doing now are final, or you come back to them later and push them and change them or something. I kind of work in a loose way where nothing is final, because I like to adjust my spacing and my animation in posing rather than going into the graph editor, if that makes sense. So a lot of things you'll see, yeah, I've put them in because they're a good foundation. I'll hopefully go in and polish and change some things where things need to change. For example, here I'm kind of working this movement out because it blends between two different clips. So I think things are definitely going to change. But also this rig is a female, and I am a male and my reference is male. So things should change, but I'm just taking what I can, trying to use up the goodness from the reference as much as I possibly can before I chuck it away. I already know here I don't really want him flat-footed like that. I want him having a nice extension. Ooh. Let's check his arc. Hers? I don't know. My reference is male, character is female. I do not know. Ooh, gross. Oh, my back is going to be killing me after this, I can tell. But it's worth it. Because I just love animation. You know? No, it's not worth it. Animation is not worth hurting your back. But sometimes you just do stupid stuff. And it is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, that's feeling kind of cool. I like that. Is that moving that much because of the camera move? I think so. Don't want it to go over too much. I don't want that to feel like it's coming straight down. It's nice. I feel like that's going to give some nice stretch when it lands. It's kind of going to come down and stretch into something. The big thing in animation where let's find, how do I delete this? M with it? It's not. Move this over. Goodbye. There's a cool concept in animation where you kind of like have things long, and then if you think about a triangle shape, like when it hits this point, thinking about how a shape kind of stretches out. And just kind of does that is very nice. So I'm kind of thinking about that with the legs. Like how are these legs? The leg is here, and then the kind of lower leg. That's a thigh. This is a thigh. And maybe get these behind so that we have a nice kind of my hotkeys for paint. So we have some nice kind of shape, you know, and then we kind of go down, and this could then be something that comes into this shape, maybe landing like this. This goes through the whole body. hand and come more through here. You know, in that way we create squash and stretch through the whole pose, which is lovely. Very nice. Something to go for sure. All right, what are these silly little hands doing? They want to be getting down there, don't they? It's the kind of thing where I'm like, just put something in and then I'll worry about it later. Lay that hand a bit, maybe. Yeah, one leading, one following. Grab some of these guys. Blend. Alright, we got something resembling some animation. Some small studios in Thailand have to do layout by yourself, like prepare for animators team. Yep, we had to do that at some studios I worked in TV. We had to do layout. It was great. You get control over your camera. You learn about camera work, and I think that's just so essential. You learn about composition, which is just so essential to animation. It's crazy. Personally, I'm striving to make it in the industry, and although I do love animation for what it is, it can be a big struggle to stay consistent. Without discipline, we are nothing. Very true, Tyler. Very true. Discipline is quite essential to animation, because you have to get to a certain level before you can then be paid to do animation. Unless you're just incredibly lucky, you're probably going to have to put in a lot of work. And if you're not disciplined and you think, I'll just do work tomorrow, that's fine. But then you can't complain that you don't have a job in animation because you didn't work to get the job. Someone works for like 3 years, 8 hours a day on animation. I'm not saying that's what you have to do. You don't have to do that. If someone did, worked 3 hours a day, every day, 3 years, did guided learning, made sure they got feedback on their work, posted their stuff out there, like they're probably going to be good enough to get a job. Probably. So if you're out there and you're not doing that, you're not working, you're not putting in time, then maybe do that. All right, we got some more in here. We got some more poses. What else can we get? I would kind of love to see an extreme of the arms here. I think that would be a cool thing to get in. Like when I first contact the knees, I think. Let's work on a pose like that. Just flesh this out a little bit more. Just so we have something before we finish it up. Alright, that's not being helpful. Looking at this back angle, looks like we're already leaning back. Which is cool. We just kind of float in the air for a bit here, which feels like the animation's doing actually. So we want to go up that much. Might be about here. before we start adjusting that center of gravity too much, let's get these in a good position. Just want to make them a little wider. So we have somewhere to change, some contrast, some squash, some stretch. They're honestly pretty twinned. I'm fine with that. Maybe one is slightly more up or something. Yeah, let's adjust that. This one could be more like that, but they're still kind of connected together, which is cool. And grab the old knee. What's the head doing? Head's going to tuck in at that moment. Get the neck through. At least to about here, I think. The very long neck. Just get a little less stretch on these arms. I'm feeling a little bit more connected to the shoulders there. Nice. Yeah, nice and high up on the shin, just like we saw in the reference. Also gives some room to kind of move. Alright, let's see how this is moving in world space. Gross. Much better. Flicking between, seeing what it's doing. That honestly feels like it's doing pretty good. Knees come a bit higher than those, so that's maybe there. I think these legs need to be out just a bit more. And therefore these go a bit straighter. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Might have overdone that slightly. We'll see. Yeah, that feels more comfortable. When you can't see something in the reference as well, sometimes you just need to think, is that comfortable? Like, do I have my shoulders way back and then the arms are forward? Like, it's comfortable if you're then doing like a bench press or something, but if you're just stretching forwards, your shoulder probably needs to move with that. So think about what's comfortable and what's natural in that position. Alright, I'm happy with that, I think. Grab these and just move them ever so slightly down. Sweet. Alright. See how the reference just isn't feeling right? It's not the reference, the landing. It's just something in there, you can just tell I went away from reference there. But we'll figure it out. It's nice to have something in there anyway to work with. And a lot of what I'm doing is putting stuff down so that I'm not afraid to then tweak things. Like, sometimes you feel like too scared to put down a key, so you end up just doing nothing. Just don't be afraid to just put down keyframes. Work into that afterwards, but just put down frames. It's fine. The more information you put down, the more you work out, the more the rest of the animation kind of comes to you, right? There's nothing worse than just staring at a blank canvas. Put down some little chips in the sculpture, put down some lines on paper, just put down some keys, put something down on into the 3D scene, so you have something to work with. Then you can work into that. Oops. Is it the process in doing the animation or the finished animation that brings satisfaction? That's the question, isn't it? Is it the journey or the destination? I find it satisfying being on the journey, knowing that you will have, like, you believe in yourself enough that you're going to have a good destination, I guess. You're excited for the destination, so it's fun to be on that journey or something. Nearly done my liter. Nearly done the liter. Right, what else do I want to get in here? I wouldn't mind fleshing out some of this. Let's have a look. Because that's a bit different to the jump in that we can actually use the keyframe, the Tween machine a bit more. I'd like to get the beat of him looking. So let's get the extreme of that head turn in there, which is here. So just based on the space between these, we got 12 frames. If I go to 10 and I have 3 frames after that, that means I'm doing a quarter of the motion, which means I probably want to grab tweener 2/3, which should give me, if I had everything selected, should give me pretty much a perfect linear on these keys based on that maths. So if I was to hit linear on this, it should be perfect. See? And in a walk cycle, you want things to feel linear, especially in terms of their trajectory. So I feel like a good place to go is linear like that. So I do use Tween machine like that sometimes. Pretty handy to have. And by trajectory, I just mean like the translation forward. You want that to feel, translation forward of the hips. You want to feel pretty, or the center of gravity, I should say. You want to feel pretty locked down, like pretty stable. Otherwise, you're going to kind of get like, and then zip forward, which you don't want. Angles, keys, angles. You know, I'm not afraid to go in and like tweak things. I feel like this knee just wants to be in a bit more feminine. So it's not something where I'm like doing a pass on it. I'm just like, oh, okay, I just feel like this is a bit masculine. I'm like, I might tweak some stuff. Just going through and tweaking what I have, you know? And by the end of it, you won't even notice, and it will be feminine. Kind of weird. Alright, need more angle in this, for sure. Let's see what our hips are doing first. It's pretty good. Just want a little bit more angle in there. Why is this so broken? Why would I do this? We're at risk of running out of music. Been going so long. Hopefully you can see that these poses are coming together a lot quicker than when I initially was posing, because I have a lot of information in here. Do I just leave this hand? Probably not. Later. Okay, what we're doing here with this? What's going on? Want more angle, please? Nice. Okay. We're going to do the same on this side. So let's go 1, 10, that's 9 frames. Kind of middle frame is 4 or 5. So let's go with 5, just before he starts to turn his head. Missed a reference over there. And let's go halfway and just maybe just slightly drag it to this way, so that we're pretty much linear again. So we come up slightly. I assume that this foot is healing. See, now we're zooming through the poses, right? More information means poses go a lot faster. Let's try turning these in, see how it looks. Nice. Blend back. Yeah, I didn't have that information before about the hand. Now that I put this pose in, and they're like, maybe I should be facing this way with the hand. Maybe that means we should be just a little more curled up. something a bit more in that region. I want information from this. I'm just going to 100% back to the previous key. Alright, a bit more fleshed out. Be a bit clearer with this head turn, I think. Therefore, just a little bit more in the body. All right, we have some more blocking in there. We're not just on up and downs anymore. Nice. But for now, that is a litre of water drunk. Not nearly enough. I should have drunk more. My throat hurts. That is one snack eaten. Just threw that on the floor, completely missed the bin. And that is some posing done. So we have gone from B1, blocking, key poses, golden poses, whatever you want to call it, stage 1 of blocking, and we've started stage 2, B2. Now, between these keys that I've done, I am going to want to break this down further onto, say, 2s or 3s, maybe even 1s in some parts, like in here. Probably going to want some 1s, especially on his takeoff, just to define when his feet fully extend. Like there's extremes happening on 1s, like different extremes happening on 1s because of the overlap. So there's going to be some 1s in there as well. So hopefully in the next stream, if there is a next stream, if you guys want to see that, who knows, let me know. In the next stream, we're going to be taking this and finishing blocking, which involves going further with the B2s, really getting everything in there that we need. I'm also going to be tweaking as I go, now that I've got like big things to work with. I've got paint on the canvas, I've got blocking in there, I've got rough sketches. I can now go in and refine. You know, I can go in, I've got a pose like this, and I can go in and I can decide, actually, I want just a bit more through there, and then the arm comes to there, and then maybe this arm is a bit straighter, and this feels a bit nicer, and then we get some of this, get a nice muscle or something. Alright, we're going to be refining, right? Maybe this turns into a nice Spider-Man hand. And we decide, actually, this is a woman, and we want it to feel more feminine. So perhaps these angles are a little different. Maybe we are coming in here with the fires. And we're not as beefy. We're a little bit more flexible. The hands have more range. Maybe instead of a big bulky fist and a fat forearm, we're in there and we have a nice feminine, very feminine finger that's there, Owen. Very good job. We just turn the whole thing red. No. We come in and we have some fingers that are nice and feminine. We're a bit more graceful with our poses. You know, now that we have building blocks in there, this was a terrible demonstration. Now that we have things in here, we can come in and start to make her feel more like the character that she probably is. We can go through and decide, you know, for example, looking through here, kind of like, I feel like she could maybe just be a bit more in with these poses and walk a bit more over the center of her feet, which will make her feel more feminine. Not reach such extremes like this. Or maybe come in with the legs. But this is where the animation gets... I don't know why I just clapped then. Why did I clap? This is where the animation gets fun for me. This is my favorite part of animation, B2. Posing is so hard for me. It just doesn't come naturally for me. I've been animating for 8 years, nearly 9 years professionally. Before that, I was animating as a student. Been animating for over 10 years, right? Posing is still really hard for me. I need to work harder on it. I just don't enjoy it that much. My favorite part is B2. My favorite part is putting in the breakdowns, you know, working it out, making sure the flow is nice between all the poses, making sure like everything is feeling nice and connecting well and there's nice contrast. I like B2 the most. So we've done a lot of hard work in this stream. We got the poses in there. Nearly 5 hours straight streaming with one BRB. That is not bad. So stop blabbering, wrap it up. Thanks again to Ramon for letting me use the work in progress Minerva rig. Having fun playing with that. It's a super nice rig, especially when we get some nice skinning and stuff in there. It's gonna feel double chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. So thanks to Ramon. If you need a review of your animation work, or you'd like a review of your animation work, feel free to check out Keyframe Coach. I've just put a new review up there today from someone who purchased the review. So check it out, see what you think. I tried something a bit different with the latest review. And until next time, thanks for stopping by. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And I'll be back soon with another stream where we go further into B2, blocking 2. Thanks very much, guys, and talk to you later.